to order. This is the meeting of the Water Quality Control Commission. I'd like to welcome everybody. Happy New Year. And it's sort of a special meeting for one set of circumstances. The first agenda item is roll call. So Pam, would you call roll?
I will do that. Good morning. Commissioner Brankert, are you present?
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria? I haven't seen him on the platform either. Commissioner Dominguez?
Present.
Commissioner Fry?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Harms, Miori Harms?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner McWilliams? I know she's absent. Okay. Commissioner Moander? Chair, he's on his way. He's running late. Commissioner Patton? He did say he was going to be absent. Chair Thompson?
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Present.
Commissioner Vihil?
Here.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
Present.
Let me loop back around to see if Commissioner Candelaria. He is absent. But you have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We've got two new members, Commissioner Harms and Commissioner Moander. I wonder if Miori, would you take just a minute or two and introduce yourself and tell us what your background is and who you represent?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you. My name is Miori Harms. I'm with the New Mexico Environment Department. I serve in the Office of the Secretary as the Uranium Mine Reclamation Coordinator, and I have a bachelor's degree in biology, a master's degree in geology, and my working experience is in hydrogeology and groundwater modeling. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to sit on this commission. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. And Commissioner Moander is not here yet. So we'll loop back and allow him to introduce himself to the commission when he shows up. The second agenda item is approval of the minutes of last December, I think it was.
The agenda.
Is that me? The minutes of December 10th.
I think she has agenda next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did this last month too. I jumped ahead. So, thank you. The second item is approval of the agenda. Mr. Brankard.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Okay. Moved and second. And since we've got a couple of commissioners attending virtually, we're going to do these votes by roll call. So, okay.
Commissioner Brankert, you move your vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner Harms,
Yes.
Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Vihil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlik.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now we do go to the third item on the agenda, which is approval of the minutes of December 10th. And I think Ms. Jones sent these to everybody a week or so ago.
Mr. Chair, I move we accept the minutes as presented.
Mr. Chair, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Jones, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Brankert, your vote on the minutes.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fry, Yes. Commissioner Harms?
I will abstain because I was not present at the last meeting.
Thank you. Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. The next agenda item, number 4, is public comments. So this is an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments, general comments that are not pertaining to specific items on the meeting's agenda. So are there any people that wish to make public comments? Hey, let's start. Is there anyone in the room that would like to submit public comments? Anyone on the platform? Okay. Then let's go on. Agenda item 5 is WQCC 24-73, Lee Power Partners LLC petition for review of discharge permit. So, Ms. Weatherly, you gonna handle this?
Good morning, Chair Thompson and members of the commission. Crystal Weatherly for the Environment Department. And I believe Tom Nasco is participating remotely. Oh, Tom, you're muted.
Pardon me. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Tom Nasco on behalf of Lee Power Partners, LLC.
Okay.
I'm going to let, this is Mr. Nasco's petition. I'll let him begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Preliminarily this morning, Lee Power Partners is requesting the commission's approval to refer this matter to a hearing officer to make hear evidence on the elements of the permit as issued to which Lee Power Partners objects, and to make a recommendation to the commission accordingly after that hearing. I think Ms. Weatherly has also discussed a waiver of the 90-day period to which we have no objection, but I will let her further alert the commission to that.
Thank you, Tom. That's correct. So the New Mexico Environment Department is required under 20.1.3.16 NMAC to file the administrative record with the commission 15 days after receipt of the petition. However, the department did not receive the petition until Friday, January 10th, and we are requesting an extension of 7 days from January 10th. So essentially a total of 22 days that would put us at January 30th to file the administrative record in this matter. And Mr. Nasco and I have conferred, and he does not oppose. In addition, the permit review is to begin no later than 90 days after the date of the petition is received under 20.1.3.16 NMAC, unless a stipulated or unopposed motion is filed. And the department will file a stipulated motion to waive that 90 days.
And Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Tom Nasco again, and as mentioned, we do not object to either requests for relief set forth by Ms. Weatherly, including the filing of the administrative record and of course the waiver of the 90-day period. in which to conduct the permit review.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nasco and Ms. Weatherly. Is there any questions or comments about this from the commissioners? Mr. Brancard.
Just a little nit, Mr. Nasco, you say that Lee Power Parties in your petition has standing under the Air Quality Act. I assume you mean Water Quality Act?
Yeah, there's my apologies, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Brackett, if that's what it says, that's a typographical error, and my apologies for that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
I move first that the commission grant the extension to the Environment Department 7 days in addition to the time to file the administrative record. And second, that we refer this to the chair to designate a hearing officer to set a hearing schedule for this matter.
This is Commissioner.
Okay,
Fry.
point of clarification. The 7-day extension would go to January 30th. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is what we're asking.
Okay. So here a second.
Second.
Commission ready to vote? All right. Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Brankard, your vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fry,
Yes.
Commissioner Harms,
Yes.
Commissioner Moander,
Because I came in late, I'm going to abstain on this vote because I didn't catch all the argument. My apologies to everybody.
thank you. Chair Thompson, your vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil,
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlin.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
thank you.
I'm going to circle back to agenda item 1, roll call. We've got a new commissioner, Commissioner Mwander, and if you would just take a minute or two and introduce yourself, your background and who you're working for, and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my name is Chris Melander. I'm currently Assistant General Counsel for the Oil Conservation Division. I've done some time both in private and state work, mix of Attorney General, commissions and boards counsel, was a prosecutor. So I've worked in a variety of areas, and I'm the designee of the OCD director.
Thank you, and welcome to the commission.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 6 is WQCC 24-75, which is a petition for approval of the TMDL or the Upper Rio Grande watershed. I think Ms. Weatherly is going to handle that.
Thank you, Chair Thompson and members of the commission. Again, my name is Crystal Weatherly. I'm Assistant General Counsel for the New Mexico Environment Department, and I bring this matter before you today on behalf of NMAC's Surface Water Quality Bureau. With me today is Heidi Henderson, our TMDL assessment and team leader for the Bureau. I'd like to provide a brief regulatory background on TMDLs and also a brief chronological recap of this matter. The Commission is the state water pollution control agency for this state for all purposes of the Federal Clean Water Act. State Water Pollution Control Agency means the state agency designated by the governor having responsibility for enforcing state laws relating to the abatement of pollution. The Commission is not required by the Federal Clean Water Act or the New Mexico Water Quality Act to approve TMDLs. However, both the Federal Clean Water Act and the New Mexico Water Quality Act require the state to develop a water quality management plan and continuing planning process, and for the Commission to adopt that water quality management plan and continuing planning process. In turn, the process for developing TMDLs is specified in Section 4 of the Water Quality Management Plan, and which requires that the TMDL be presented at a WQCC meeting for approval. The commission comments are then incorporated into the TMDL as is necessary. Section 303D2 of the Clean Water Act requires states to submit TMDLs to the Environmental Protection Agency for approval. And once approved by EPA, TMDLs become components of that water quality management plan and continuing planning process. This matter first came before the Commission on August 9th, 2022, on NMAD's petition for approval of the total maximum daily load for the Upper Rio Grande watershed and request for hearing. On September 30th, 2022, NMAD submitted to the Commission the final draft of the TMDL. On November 16th, 2022, the Commission denied NMAD's petition. On December 16th, 2022, NMAD filed a timely appeal of the Commission's decision with the New Mexico Court of Appeals. On May 22nd, 2024, the court issued a memorandum opinion dismissing NMAD's appeal for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, and also noted that a TMDL is a type of planning document rather than a rule or regulation under the New Mexico Water Quality Act. Following the court's opinion, the Bureau anticipated that it may need to revise the TMDL, but has subsequently determined that additional revisions are not necessary. And therefore, we have brought this TMDL before you again today. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Heidi Henderson to provide more information on this particular TMDL.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, members of the Commission. I have a presentation regarding the TMDL that was provided as a docketed matter. So you don't have a hard copy in front of you, but you should have it electronically, I believe. So I'll walk through the process of the Upper Rio Grande Watershed TMDL. This is the same presentation that we gave to the Commission in 2022.
Ms. Jones, can you put the presentation up for to share? Thank you.
Can everybody see that?
Okay, great. Thank you. And just one quick correction. This was the presentation we were prepared to give in 2022. I don't believe we actually gave the presentation. So starting on the first slide after the title slide, TMDLs are required by the Federal Clean Water Act. The purpose of the Clean Water Act is to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters in order to reach a level of water quality that provides for the protection and propagation of fish, shellfish, and wildlife, and provides for recreation in and on the water. Section 303D of the Clean Water Act requires states to develop TMDLs. This next slide just walks you through the process within the Surface Water Quality Bureau and where TMDLs fit into that. As the Commission is aware, the Bureau develops surface water quality standards, and then we have a monitoring team who collects water quality data in the various watersheds throughout the state. And then our team collates those data and assesses them against the water quality standards and produces the list of impaired waters for the 303D list. Those water bodies on the 303D list that are determined to be impaired then move on to the development of TMDLs. Following TMDLs, they are implemented in two of our other Bureau programs. Our point source section implements TMDLs through the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permitting program, and they're also implemented in our watershed protection section through best management practices and working with watershed groups. So specifically, a TMDL is the maximum amount of a pollutant that can enter a stream without causing an impairment or an exceedance of the water quality standard. The total maximum daily load is a calculation that is the water quality standard times the critical flow times a conversion factor. A TMDL document is a water quality plan that establishes specific goals to meet water quality standards and includes pollution reduction estimates and information and suggestions leading to the development of watershed-based plans, which discuss control measures to protect the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the water body. A TMDL is divided into three sections: the load allocation, the waste load allocation, and the margin of safety. The margin of safety is the authorized margin of safety to account for uncertainty in every TMDL. The load allocation is pollution from non-discrete sources and is addressed through best management practices. Waste load allocations are pollutions from a known confined source and are controlled through the NPDES permitting program. As far as general requirements for TMDL approval, 40 CFR section 130.6 requires New Mexico to incorporate TMDLs in the statewide water quality management plan after EPA approval. TMDLs are subject to public review as outlined in the continuing planning process. The public participation requirements are outlined in section 14 of New Mexico's WQMP CPP. So specifically, the TMDL document that I'm presenting today is in the Upper Rio Grande watershed. There were a number of different parameters discussed in this TMDL, the first of which is total recoverable aluminum. There are TMDLs in this document for Costilla Creek, LaBelle Creek, North Fork Tesuque Creek, Rio Medio, Rio Quemado, Santa Cruz, and Vidal Creek. There are 5 E. coli TMDLs addressed in this document for Grassy Creek, LaBelle Creek, Rio Quemado, Ute Creek, and Vidal Creek. 2 TMDLs for plant nutrients on Fernandez Creek and Rio Pueblo de Taos. 3 sedimentation TMDLs for LaBelle Creek, Rio Chupadero, and Rio and Medio. 3 specific conductance TMDLs on 3 different portions of the Rio Fernando de Taos. There are 6 temperature TMDLs for Grassy Creek, 2 portions of the Rio Grande, the Rio Medio, the Rio Nombre, and the Santa Cruz River. There are 7 turbidity TMDLs, 1 for Chuckwagon Creek, Placer Creek, Red River, Rio Frijoles, Rio Medio, Rio Pueblo de Taos, and Sanchez Canyon. The TMDL public participation process was followed according to requirements outlined in the CPP. Public notice for this TMDL was published on the Bureau website on June 10th, 2022. The notice was also sent to over 1,900 email addresses on our GovDelivery email list on June 13th, 2022. The 30-day public comment period started June 13th and ended July 13th, 2022. The TMDL was made available for public review via the Bureau website and upon request. The Bureau hosted 2 virtual public meetings in 2022, the first on Wednesday, June 15th at 2:30 and the second one the same day at 5:30. There were a total of 11 stakeholders that attended the 2 meetings. There were few comments during the meeting. A question was asked about critical flow determination. There were permitting questions that were addressed by our permitting staff, and the Bureau was also thanked for our presentation. We received 3 public comments on the TMDL, one from Amigos Bravos, one from GEI Consultants, and one from the New Mexico Department of Agriculture. Few changes were made to the TMDL following the public comment period. The Bureau changed some text in the executive summary, the background, and the future growth and implementation sections of the report in response to public comment. Section 12, the public participation section, was updated to include the dates and times of the public meetings. And the Bureau replaced the list of threatened and endangered species in the project area based on public comment. The final TMDL was posted on the Bureau website on September 29th. NMED's Office of General Counsel reviewed the TMDL to ensure compliance with applicable state and federal laws. The Bureau's recommendation at this time is to approve and incorporate the TMDL as proposed. The next steps in the approval process would be if the TMDL is approved by the Commission, the signed order will be posted to the Bureau website. A letter requesting TMDL approval and approval of the update to the WQMP CPP will be sent to EPA Region 6 along with the signed Commission order. Once final approval is received from EPA Region 6, the EPA approval letter and final TMDL will be posted to the Bureau website. And a final slide includes my contact information as well as Ms. Weatherly. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. The next thing would be to have commissioners ask questions. So let's just go down the line. Mr. Vihel, do you have any questions on the TMDL?
I'll go listen for a second and then I'll ask a question.
Okay, Mr. Brankart.
Okay. All right, even though we're in a new proceeding, just to clarify, the TMDL that we're looking at is the September 29, 2022 document.
That is correct.
I guess if we could just add that to the docket for this number on our website, that's just technical. It's in the docket. The old docket is still there too. So since 2022, a number of these segments that are included in this TMDL have been classified by the Commission as outstanding resource waters. I think you've addressed this in response to comments, but could you clarify whether there's any impact of that designation on this process?
Chair Thompson, sorry, and Commissioner Brankart, you are correct. There are some of these waters are as in ONRW watersheds as approved by the Commission in December. As part of the documents that we submitted to the Commission before coming today is a map that outlines where those new ONRW water bodies are compared to these TMDLs. As far as the process, ONRW designation doesn't change anything in the TMDL process. Those water bodies are determined to be impaired. Therefore, we write a TMDL. my understanding is the change then would happen in the implementation side when it comes to ONR, improving water quality in ONRW water bodies that are impaired and have a TMDL. And in one of the slides, I display what happens after a TMDL, and that's implemented on the point source and the non-point source side. And my understanding is there's discussions on the non-point source side as far as implementing TMDLs and ONRW water bodies. But specifically for this TMDL, the water bodies are still impaired and they still need a TMDL written.
Thank you. On the point source side, one of the segments here is the Red River, which your map clearly shows has a whole bunch of point sources on it and a whole bunch of MPDS permits from the town of Red River to the fish hatchery and in particular the Cuesta Mine and Cuesta Tailings facilities. But there's only one impairment, as I can see, turbidity. Will this, and again, I think you may have already addressed this in response to your comments, will this TMDL have any impact on those NPDES permits?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Brancard, you're correct. There are 3 permits on the Red River, and they're not all on the same permitting cycle, you can imagine. But yes, this TMDL will be implemented in all of those permits. It is just a turbidity TMDL this time. There are other impairments in other TMDLs for the Red River, but for this document, there's just turbidity.
Well, I'm impressed that all the Red River has is one impairment after all the uses that's gone through that river. Oh, okay. And finally, I just wanted to make sure that there were several commenters 3 years ago on this. Did they receive notice of this hearing today?
As part of our typical process, we reach out to all commenters and let them know when the response to comments is available on the website and when we're going to the commission. And we did notify them when this process was happening in 2022. That was all part of our typical process, and this has not been a typical process with this TMDL. So the commenters were not contacted in the last to notify them that we were coming to this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is more about the after actions that the department will take. A lot of these watershed areas are in and around and charging surface and groundwater in small communities, most of them relying on septic and freshwater wells. What is the communication after by the department to these communities so that they understand what this new level is going to mean to them and how it's either going to improve them or potentially require their engagement in order to maintain or improve the TMDL moving forward?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Velasquez, that's a good question. You know, there is always a connection between surface water and groundwater, and it's important to communicate with the communities regarding that. As far as at the department level, the Surface Water Quality Bureau stays in contact with our Groundwater Quality Bureau, and both of our permitting sections work closely together as far as implementing TMDLs into both of those permitting processes.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. So would there be public interaction, public meetings and information sessions out in these areas, in these small communities, or would that be more of a, if you're interested, find it on our website type situation?
Right. As far as the TMDL process, we used to have public meetings in person. We've gravitated more toward online meetings, but we've always offered to be able to meet in person in the communities. But I think your question is more about the implementation side. My understanding is there's a public comment process related to surface water and both groundwater permits. I can't specifically speak to that. There are staff here today on the permitting side that could answer those questions, but that's my understanding is there's a public notice period for the permitting processes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and your hard work. I just note, Commissioner Brancard, regarding your concern about the how it's listed in the docketed matters. It is listed as WQCC 2475 and in parentheses, formerly WQCC 22-33. So there is a reference to the previous submittal. I have a number of questions. I'm not quite sure where to start. So the first one, I have some questions regarding the term sedimentation. In my profession, in engineering, sedimentation is a process. It's not a parameter. And so I wonder how, and I looked it up in the water quality standards. There is no reference to sedimentation. There is reference to settleable solids. And I wonder if that might be a better way of listing that parameter.
Chair Thompson, thank you for your comment. There is a sediment narrative standard in the water quality standards, and I might defer to other bureau staff to help me with that number of that. Okay, they're looking that up. But while they're looking that up, in the meantime, TMDLs need to be written as a loading, pounds per day or something similar. And our sediment water quality standard and also our assessment process do not allow for anything, do not allow an easy way to display that in a loading situation. So sedimentation TMDLs have a translator for TSS. So that might speak to your settable solid question. Although I recognize TSS and settable solids are different. For practical purposes, the sedimentation TMDLs have a TSS loading limit.
Yes, I was going to help your staff. Your 20.6.4.13 NMAC does refer to settleable solids.
I'll defer to Ms. Guevara.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Hello, hi. I'm Lynette Guevara. I'm the program manager of the Monitoring Assessment and Standards section and was the assessment coordinator for 19 years. So I'll tackle this question. Chair Thompson, the reason that we use the term sedimentation siltation is we are required to upload our 303D conclusions to EPA's attains database, and they have specific terminology. And so that is the best match for us for our narrative settable solids standard. So that's why we use the term sedimentation siltation, and we've used it for quite some time. And that is the reason behind that.
I understand the reason. I'm not sure I agree with the justification though. So if an NPDES permit was issued, how would they address the criteria for sedimentation?
My understanding is when there's a sedimentation TMDL that the implementation in the permit process is by using a limit for TSS.
Why don't we just call it TSS? Or settleable solids, because there are analytical procedures for settleable solids.
I'm not sure how to respond. This has been our process because we're required to upload to these fields. And for us to make that kind of change, we'd have to change all our terminology in our documents. We'd have to get that field created in the database we're uploading to. So if it pleases the commission, we can add more description to that in our consolidated assessment and listing methodology. I'm not sure what the specific ask is for this moment.
I'm not sure either. I mean, just, and again, it's easy for me to say that just because we've done it this way for many years isn't very good justification, because maybe it needs to be changed.
We do have a, it's 2025, so we'll be opening our consolidated assessment and listing methodology, and we can look into that for the revisions this year. And as I mentioned, add further explanation, consider making this change. I will just add, we have considered this before, and this is what we landed on after consideration, but we're happy to open that, and that goes out for public comment as well.
Okay, yeah, I think please do that. And so that would be when we next review the 303D list.
Well, it would be during the consolidated assessment and listing methodology process first. Correct.
In June.
In June.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Thank you. And I don't mean to be picky, but again, like I said, that's not a parameter you can measure. Let's let go. For many of these reaches, the waste load allocation is 0. For many of the parameters, I can yeah, I'll just leave it at that. For many of the parameters, waste load allocation is 0. So am I correct in understanding if someone comes in with a new development that requires a NPDES permit, they would not be allowed to discharge that constituent at all? So let's pick nutrients on Comanche Creek. I'm looking at table ES-3 in the executive summary, and the waste load allocation for total nitrogen is 0. So if there was an NPDES permit application for whatever type of activity, that discharge would not be allowed to discharge any nitrogen?
Chair Thompson, the TMDL team and our permitting staff work closely together in situations like that. There's a section in our WQMP that allows for us to have those conversations with our permitting section and with EPA in order to revise the TMDL to account for that new discharge, assuming that there is room in the watershed, for a new discharge. And we would do those calculations and provide those numbers to our permitting staff, who then work with EPA Region 6 to go through the permitting process. So it's not I guess I would say it's not a hard no, just because there's a 0 now, a 0 waste load allocation now, because there are currently no permits in that watershed or any of the watersheds with 0s. In the situation where there is a new permit application, we definitely have the ability to either reopen the TMDL or follow the process in the WQMP that's more of an expedited process in order to provide a waste load allocation kind of on the fly to our permitting staff so they can move forward with their permitting process.
So, but the TMDL is in principle the maximum daily limit that the stream can accept without exceeding the standard for whatever parameter. Mm-hmm. So if you went back and revised it, you're saying that, oh, gee, our first TMDL, the first load was not correct. We're going to exceed. We're going to come up with a new number that's greater.
So often when there's a new permit, there also a new discharge. So they're adding more flow to the stream. So the pie, I like to think of a TMDL as a pie that we divide up into slices. And with a new discharger, there's often new flow that increases the size of that pie because there's more flow. So that's one way that a new permittee would be able to fit into the watershed. But in a watershed where there is currently no waste load allocation needed, it's a fairly simple calculation in that we calculate the pie, then we carve out a piece of that pie for the margin of safety. And in cases where there's no waste load allocation, we just give everything else to the load allocation. So in cases where there's a new permit and we would be calculating a the first wastewater allocation in that watershed, we would be borrowing from the load allocation to make room for that new permit. And on the implementation side, I would say that that would be a conversation, during the permit application process and other watershed activities to make sure that we're not exceeding that pie. But for practical purposes, that's how it's worked in the past, is we've carved out a wastewater allocation from the load allocation, the load being just a remainder of what was left after the margin of safety.
The load allocation is for non-point sources.
Yes.
And by reducing the load allocation, you're suggesting that there is some modification to the watershed that has resulted in less impact from the watershed?
When we assign a load allocation, it's just a remainder. We don't have any quantitative numbers to actually define what those load allocation contributions would be. So in order to make room for a new permit, we carve out a piece for the permit, knowing that we didn't have quantitative information to assign that load allocation. We just basically, when there's not a permit, the whole TMDL is non-point source.
Okay. I guess I understand. And so let me see if I do properly understand. There is flexibility to allow a new discharger by doing a further analysis. So the TMDL wouldn't change, but you would take some of the load allocation and change it and assign it to a waste load allocation.
Yes, unless the new permit is also adding new flow to the stream. A TMDL calculation itself is pretty simple. It's just the water quality standard times the flow. So that calculation itself would change if we had a higher flow. So I like to picture it that the pie would just get bigger if there was more flow.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Increasing the flow doesn't change the load. You have the same load.
Right.
It provides dilution, but it doesn't change the load.
We would, and in those cases, there have been situations where then we have reduced the concentration, because if the flow goes up, the concentration goes down. So there have been watersheds, in order to make room for a permit, where we've not been able to give the permittee maybe the full water quality standard, but we were able to fit them in by reducing the concentration that they were allowed.
Okay. Okay. I guess the comforting thing to me is that there is a procedure so that if someone does want to do some kind of a new development on a stream where the waste load allocation is zero, there are ways that they can move forward with that.
Yes.
This is not preventing any future development, say.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I have one last question, and it's kind of nitpicky. I'm looking at table ES1 TMDL for Chuckwagon Creek, and the parameter of concern is turbidity, but the TMDL is being set for suspended solids. And I know, yeah, they're related, but they're not necessarily the same. So I wanted to understand your justification for doing that.
I'm gonna pull it up just.
Sure. Executive summary, it's on page 2 of the document.
Okay, I have the table in front of me. Can you repeat your question?
The parameter of concern is turbidity up near the top of that table.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the TMDL is for suspended solids.
Right. There are a number of turbidity TMDLs in this document, and they've all been approached the same way. As I mentioned before, TMDLs need to be written as a loading and turbidity in NTU units. There's not a direct way to do that. So our turbidity TMDLs, we write using a TSS translator. So this follows our assessment methodology document that we referenced earlier. The table that you see at the bottom of ES1 with the duration in consecutive days, that's all directly from our assessment methodology. So we've provided TSS limits to address the turbidity impairment for all of those different scenarios outlined in the listing methodology.
Okay. I'll accept that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I do have one last question, and this one is actually it troubles me, and that's for temperature. And I'm not a biologist. My understanding is organisms are particularly sensitive to temperature, cold water fish in particular. But what we've got in our TMDL is an energy. So we're measuring the TMDL in terms of kilojoules per day. And there's an equation in there. I went through the equation. I understand it. But according to the way that this thing is constructed now, under low flow conditions, which I would guess that's probably when the organisms are most susceptible to high temperature. Under low flow conditions, we can have high temperature. Under high flow conditions, we'll have low temperature. And so that troubles me. Do you understand my concern? It's an energy loading. It's not a temperature loading. It's an energy loading, kilojoules per day, or calories. You could use the old units. And so we have really warm water, but low flow. We'll approach that limit. So I'd like to get, your response to that.
I understand your concern. So the water quality standards are in degrees Celsius. And the TMDL, again, needs to be in a loading result in order to meet the needs of the Clean Water Act. So this is another situation where we've used a translator, but for all practical purposes, the TMDL is focusing on the water quality standards in degrees Celsius in the standards document itself. TMDLs are a gateway to implementation, and ultimately this document opens that gate in order for there to be additional funding for these watersheds. And we see this as a way for the watershed groups to have a way to apply for funding, but ultimately when the watershed groups are working on implementation in the watershed, and when we're working on implementation on the watershed, we're looking at meeting that water quality standard itself and less focused on the kilojoules. The kilojoules, to be honest, is to make EPA happy. And beyond that, the degree Celsius is, for practical purposes, what the water quality standards is. That's what we, in our monitoring team, that's what they're monitoring for. Using our monitoring equipment and our listing methodology, all focuses on that. The kilojoules is just a translator in order to have a TMDL document to be able to offer to watersheds for their implementation process.
I understand, but again, if you exceed the temperature, you may still be in compliance. So the temperature for cold water fish was 23 degrees C or something like that. You can exceed that temperature and still be in compliance with the TMDL. So there's a conflict, and this one really troubles me.
Right. I understand. I understand your concern, and my understanding in any of the implementation processes, it's always a focus on the temperature standard itself rather than the kilojoules. And I might turn to other bureau staff if there's any input. Good. Okay. I heard talking over there, so I thought. And I'll just reiterate that we've been writing temperature TMDLs for decades, and this has been our process. And I know that's not the answer that you wanted to hear, but I just wanted to remind the commission that we've had many of these temperature TMDLs in this format approved. But I understand your concern, and it is something that I would like to consider when moving forward with additional temperature TMDLs.
Chair Thompson, I will say that the TMDL is not a regulatory document. It is used for regulatory programs. Our water quality standards and the NIPD's permits are what we look at to be in compliance, right? So it's not the TMDL. The TMDL is a goal for the water body that we're looking at achieving in order to meet and be in compliance with the standards. So I understand your concern, but it's a little bit different because we don't look at it as being in compliance or being in violation with the TMDL. That's the goal for the water. And then we use all of our other implementation strategies, whether that's a NIPD's permit or restoration work to achieve the goal.
Yeah, I understand. And I understand this is a tough one. This is a really crappy load though. And let me do this. You're coming back to us in June with the 303 list, the integrated list. What's coming in June? I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
The public comment period for the listing methodology will be released in June. The next time anything related to the impaired waters list before the commission would be likely in January, February next year, following the public comment period of the list, which should be in December.
Okay. Why don't, let me suggest that the Environment Department work with your aquatic biologists and see if you can come up with something better. Because the heat load for this particular parameter, again, it's temperature that causes the problem, not the heat load. And so see if you can come up with something better. And we'll leave it at that. Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the suggestion. And during our listing methodology process, we do have a temperature appendix for the listing methodology. So I think this would be the place to
yes, I saw that.
Make those changes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Henderson. I have a follow-up question from Commissioner Branker's previous questions. He had made the comment about in the Red River that he was surprised there was only a TMDL for turbidity. In your follow-up comments, did I hear you say that there's other TMDLs for the Red River that may have previously been done, or does the Red River, the only impairment's turbidity? I wasn't clear from Commissioner Branker's question.
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Dominguez, you're right that my clarifying statement was that this TMDL is only for new impairments. We have many other TMDLs in the Upper Rio Grande watershed, and we have had other TMDLs in the Red River in the past. One of those was TMDL that was removed previously. However, I'm looking up we have a line in all of our executive summary tables that we put there to hopefully clarify this confusion as we continue to write more TMDLs, to remind stakeholders that this isn't it. We've got other TMDL documents. So we have a line that says existing TMDLs. We previously had an aluminum TMDL for this assessment unit, but it was withdrawn a few years ago. It was a TMDL written for dissolved aluminum, and we now have a total recoverable. It's not impaired for that, so we withdrew it. So based on the table I'm looking at in the TMDL, there are currently no other existing TMDLs for the Red River. Turbidity is the only remaining one.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Since Commissioner Patton is not here today, I'll try to pinch hit for him on. We'll rotate back to the fish hatchery. So if you recall, during the recent ONRW designation, there was extensive discussion about fish hatcheries and impact of the ONRWs, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm reading the written comments, but you had indicated that for the Red River Fish Hatchery, this TMDL would not cause any changes to that permit. Is that correct?
Commissioner Dominguez, from the notes I have, the hatchery has a permit that was issued after this TMDL was first brought to the commission, and the current expiration date is in 2028. There are TSS limits in the current hatchery permit. I don't have information in front of me whether or not this new permit has different TSS limits than the previous permit.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm reading under the comments under Red River State Fish Hatchery, it's indicating Surface Water Quality Bureau has no recommendation to change current permit limits and reporting requirements based on this TMDL. And that was in regard to the submitted renewal application that Game and Fish has in. So, okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have at this moment.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I was reviewing the renewed petition, I'm guessing the original research and data behind this came from 21. Would that be, do you guys know, given that it was filed in September of, or the original petition was filed in September of 22?
Commissioner, is your question about the data used to develop the TMDL?
Yes.
Right. The water quality data, most of the water quality data used in development of this TMDL was collected during our regular watershed survey in 2017 and 2018. That might seem like a lot of time in between, but we concluded our survey in 2018, and then we followed the process of comparing those data to the water quality standards, developing the impaired waters list, and then ultimately writing TMDLs.
And the reason I ask that is that circumstances change in the field all the time, and they can change rapidly. And I guess my question is NMED confident they can run on numbers that are potentially in some cases being 8 years old, or give or take?
We have a rotational survey approach for the state where we try to be in every watershed about every 6 years. It used to be maybe around 8 years. So this follows our typical cycle. And you're right that we do have watersheds can change all the time. Our impairments and the data we use to determine impairments are not just data that we've collected. We have watershed groups that are collecting data, a lot of watershed groups in the Upper Rio Grande watershed. So every listing cycle, we receive outside data, including data for this watershed. So I reviewed our most recent impaired waters list that was approved after these TMDLs were first brought to the commission. And we have received additional data from watershed groups in the meantime, and none of the impairments have changed on any of these water bodies. So all of these, while the watershed situations in the watershed may have changed, these impairments have not changed. These water bodies are all still impaired for these parameters.
And that's what I was really curious about, is that whether this rulemaking would, or this issue would address more updated information. They're with the EPA too, and submitting things to them. And I get it. It can be a lot of hurry up. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the members of the commission that are on the platform. Commissioner Fry, do you have any questions for Ms. Henderson?
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I have one question, and that's about once these TMDLs are approved, they're set in motion, how does the permitting process, or how do permits change with these TMDLs? Like, and existing permits, do they have to be reviewed? Can you talk about that process a little bit?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Fry, thank you for the question. While EPA does have, so EPA administers the permits for New Mexico, and EPA does have the option to reopen a permit when there's a TMDL. My understanding is that doesn't often happen. So these TMDLs will be implemented into the next permit as it moves through its 5-year permit cycle. I have a permit staff here. If I've missed anything, if Ms. Lucas-Camont wanted to speak to anything about that. Okay.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Harms, do you have any questions for Ms. Henderson?
I think I have just 2 questions. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for showing how you went through the public comment process and addressed those concerns. I was wondering if you could provide a little more explanation or clarification on why this commission, because some of us weren't here 2.5 years ago, denied the petition previously, and how you have addressed those particular concerns this round.
Chair Thompson and Commissioner Harms, this is Crystal Weatherly. So the commission in 2022 denied NMAC's petition because, and the reasoning was that it didn't constitute a petition for regulatory change, nor did it otherwise comply with the requirements for the commencement of a proposed rulemaking. So there was a memorandum of opinion that had been issued in 2019. I forget the name of the case. I'm glancing at Commissioner Brankard to see if he remembers the name of that case. The Rio Hondo case.
Yeah, it was Rio Hondo.
Yes, thank you. That stated that TMDLs were rules. And so there was a question as to whether or not the TMDL that we brought would need to follow the rulemaking procedure. It was NMAC's position that it did not. And so that is why the commission denied the TMDL because that question was in place. And the Court of Appeals, in denying our appeal, actually followed our position, which is that we didn't have, I'm sorry, Chair Thompson. Yes, that they agreed that the TMDL was not a regulatory, or it was a sorry, I'm here. It was a planning document and not a rule or regulation under the Water Quality Act.
Okay, thank you. That was a great answer. My last question is regarding on-site equipment or systems that are available to permittees to mitigate the TMDL. What sort of infrastructure might be needed if there's an incident?
Commissioner Harms, could you repeat your question?
So sometimes you can input systems that can decrease the sedimentation, as you call it, like a settling pond, or I'm just asking, if there is an exceedance by the permittee, what kind of mitigation measures are available to them to come back into compliance?
Okay, thank you. I understand. And if Ms. Lucas Kamat wouldn't mind, could you answer that question?
Chair and Commissioner, could you please repeat the question for me?
Yes, I'm wondering about what kind of field equipment or system could be put in place to mitigate the TMDL or the sedimentation and the loading if a permittee has an exceedance.
Excuse me, Ms. Lucas Kamat, please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Susan Lucas Kamat. I'm the program manager for the point source regulation section in the Surface Water Quality Bureau. So in regards to how a facility could reduce the TSS loading, that would be something in their treatment train. So it could be best management practices to settle out materials during the treatment. It most likely would be a physical process they would add into their treatment plant.
Okay, thank you. So we're assuming that the permittee has a treatment plant on site in order to come into compliance.
If they have a permit, they have a treatment plant of some sort.
Perfect. So adding that sort of equipment, how much added cost does that bring to the permittee? You may not have the answer, and that's okay.
I do not have an answer because that would depend on whatever equipment they would want to do in engineering costs and operational costs.
Okay. I'll accept that. Thank you. I have no further questions.
At this time, we'll allow commissioners to ask other questions. Ms. Zimlick.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. We're not talking about TMDLs in reference to the last question. We're talking about the permittees in particular, because I want to understand.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Lemon, would you identify yourself?
Could I introduce myself? Hi, this is Shelley Lemon. I'm the Surface Water Quality Bureau Chief for the Environment Department. Yes, those questions were pertaining to the permit and permittee. When we do have a TMDL, if the permittee needs time to come into compliance with their new effluent limit, EPA incorporates compliance schedules and other methods to help them come into compliance with that new limit if it's more stringent and they cannot meet it on day one of that permit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay. And I think we've addressed all the commissioners that are on the platform. I want to just check. Commissioner Candelaria, are you present? Commissioner McWilliams, she said she was going to be absent. Commissioner Patton is also absent. Okay, so we've dealt with everyone. At this point, we need to take action. I would entertain a motion to approve this TMDL.
Mr. Chair, before we go there, is there any public comment related specific to this TMDL?
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I was in a hurry. Is there anyone in the room that would like to comment on the TMDL? Is there anyone on the platform that would like to comment on this proposed TMDL? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and proceed with a motion. Or not. Chairman? Commissioner?
I move that the commission approve the proposed September 29, 2022 total maximum daily load for the Upper Rio Grande watershed as presented by the New Mexico Environment Department.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Jones, would you call roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Brankert, your vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fry?
Yes.
Commissioner Harms?
Yes.
Commissioner Moander?
Yes.
Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Henderson and the staff. But again, if I'm still on the commission next June, I will have another dialogue on temperature and sedimentation. Thank you very much.
Maybe we should invite the EPA here to have them justify their nomenclature.
I would second that idea. That's great.
We've asked them to come on other occasions and they didn't even come virtually. It was sort of disappointing. At this point, we're going to take a break. But before we take a break, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Dominguez. It's his last commission meeting. My understanding is he's been on the commission for, I believe, 17 years, 18. And I begged him and asked him, pleaded to stay on through the conclusion of the water reuse hearings. 11 days of transcripts and 10,000 pages of expert testimony and documents. And he said there wasn't enough money. But he's been just an outstanding contributor to the commission in the time that I've been on it. He's the institutional memory. He reads all the documents very thoroughly and catches all the little mistakes and oversights. And he's been a past chair, past vice chair, and done a great job for the commission and more so for the state of New Mexico. So we can't take action. Let's say, let's have a motion to appreciate it. But everybody join me in clapping. Okay, I did bring some cupcakes and things like that, and we can celebrate and spread the crumbs around. We'll it's 10:25. Let's convene at 10:40. We'll take a 15-minute break. Okay, welcome back, and I hope everyone had a chance to visit with Commissioner Dominguez, because this is unfortunately maybe your last chance. I call the meeting back into session. We are now going to have a public hearing on Triad National Security LLCs and Newport News Nuclear BWXT-Los Alamos LLCs. This is on their petition for rulemaking to amend water quality standards 20.6.4.900 NMAC. So this will be a formal public hearing. The hearing officer is Ms. Felicia Orth, and there are no questions or concerns from the commission, I will turn the meeting over to Ms. Orth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the commission to conduct a hearing in the petition to amend the surface water quality standards for interstate and intrastate surface waters, 20.6.4 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. Petition was brought by Triad National Security, Newport News, Nuclear, BWXT, and the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Environmental Management. The matter was docketed by the Commission Administrators, WQCC 24-31. I would like to introduce our interpreter, who's brought a team of interpreters to interpret between Spanish and English this morning. Ms. O'Grady.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Lisa O'Grady, and I have a team of interpreters interpreting from English into Spanish and Spanish into English. Dinora Gutierrez, federally certified interpreter, and Amelia Cardena, state certified interpreter. In order to access the language channels, if you are appearing via WebEx, if you look at your lower left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a globe, and you will need to click on the globe and choose English if you want to hear the interpretation of any Spanish comments in English. And if you want to listen in Spanish, you'll need to choose Spanish. I'll give the instructions now for those appearing online to choose Spanish. Buenos días, habla Lisa O'Grady, y en la plataforma WebEx tenemos disponibles las intérpretes de Nora Gutiérrez, intérprete certificada federal, y Amelia Cardena, intérprete certificada estatal. Y si quieren acceder a los canales de español, entonces en la esquina inferior a la izquierda, allí verán el mundo. Nada más hagan clic en el mundo y pueden escoger el español.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. The commission administrator is recording the hearing on the platform, and the transcript is being made by David Lee of Cumbres Reporting. So we have the petitioners and the other parties in the matter include the Environment Department and Nicholas Maxwell. So may I have entries of appearance, please, for appearances for each of you. Ms. Olson.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, and Commissioners. My name is Carrie Olson from Spencer, Fane, Montgomery, and Andrews. I am here on behalf of Newport News Nuclear BWXT-Los Alamos. I'll commonly refer to them as N3B throughout this proceeding. And we are one of the 3 co-petitioners in this proceeding. And with me in the hearing room today is Silas DeRoma, who's in-house counsel for N3B.
Thank you. Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer and Chair Thompson and Commission. My name is Maureen Dolan. I am appearing on behalf of Triad National Security LLC, the management and operating contractor for Los Alamos National Laboratory. We are co-petitioners.
Sir.
Hearing officer,
appearing on behalf of the Department of Environmental. Thank you. And Ms. Scott.
Good morning. I'm Brecken Scott on behalf of NMED, New Mexico Environment.
Thank you. And Mr. Maxwell, I see you on the platform.
Good morning, Your Honor and honored commission. My name is Nicholas Ray Maxwell. I'm one of the people of Lee County, and I enter my appearance in the matter today. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will do things this way. We'll start with opening statements. I understand Ms. Scott will make the first opening statement, although when we go to the evidence, the petitioners will put on their witnesses first. We have 2 witnesses from the petitioners, then 1 witness with 2 potential rebuttal witnesses, but 1 direct witness from the Environment Department, and any statement Mr. Maxwell would like to make. Aside from that technical testimony, we will also accept public comment. We will take a lunch break from, roughly a little before noon to a little before 1, return at 1. That time is expressly reserved for public comment. And we'll also ask for public comment at the end of the technical case from everyone, whatever time that happens to be. If we have not yet finished the hearing by 5 p.m., I'll break into the technical case again and accept public comment. At that time, it's reserved. If we have finished before 5 p.m., there will not be a 5 p.m. public comment period. So please, if you are on the platform or in the room and would like to offer public comment, be sure to offer it at 1 p.m. or when I invite it, whenever we finish the technical comment. The hearing will be conducted under the Water Quality Act, the Commission's rulemaking procedures, and 20.1.6 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. Testimony and comment is taken under oath and is subject to cross-examination. All documents relevant to the hearing can be found on the docketed matters web page at the Environment Department website. And if you have questions about anything relating to the status of the case or the documents filed in the case, or you have a public comment you would like to submit by email or in writing, Pam Jones, the Commission Administrator, is back here in the blue sweater. The Commission may choose to deliberate once we've closed the evidentiary record, or they may choose to deliberate at a subsequent meeting. So let's do opening statements. Ms. Scott.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, and members of the Commission. Thank you for being here today. My name is Brecken Scott, and I represent the Surface Water Quality Bureau within the Water Protection Division of the New Mexico Environment Department. NMED is not the petitioner in this rulemaking, but the department is here today in support of the petitioner's proposed amendments to the New Mexico Administrative Code, which are specifically, are you hearing this? Okay, just make sure. To the New Mexico Administrative Code, which are specifically to 20.6.4.900 NMAC. My goal in this opening statement is to briefly provide some regulatory context and help situate you in this proceeding, docketed as WQCC 24-31. The petitioners will address the substance of their proposed rule amendment. The Water Quality Control Commission, or the WQCC, is directed and required to adopt quality standards for surface waters of the state under the New Mexico Water Quality Act. The Water Quality Act states the standards shall, at a minimum, protect the public health or welfare, enhance the quality of water, and serve the purposes of the Act. Furthermore, that in making the standards, The Commission shall give weight it deems appropriate to all facts and circumstances, including the use and value of the water for water supplies, propagation of fish and wildlife, recreational purposes, and agricultural, industrial, and other purposes. Water quality standards include site-specific water quality criteria, which are the basis of petitioner's proposed rule amendment today for specified waters in the Pajarito Plateau. The WQCC may adopt site-specific numeric criteria in accordance with 20.6.4.10F NMAC, and any person may petition the WQCC for adoption of such site-specific criteria, subject to certain requirements under the NMAC. For example, the petitioner of site-specific criteria must include a description of methods used to notify and solicit input from potential stakeholders and from the general public in the affected area, and present and respond to public input received. Any person who initiates a rulemaking shall also follow the New Mexico State Rules Act and associated regulations regarding public participation. Between petitioners and NMED, we ensured all public input, public notice, and public comment requirements were met, which brings us to today's public hearing as the final step in the rulemaking process. NMED's technical testimony will provide more detail on all of the above, and NMED respectfully requests that the WQCC deliberate immediately following the close of the technical case. NMED further requests that a hearing officer report not be requested by the Commission in this matter. The parties anticipate circulating a statement of reasons and concise explanatory statement later this week or early next, should the WQCC adopt the proposed amendment. Thank you for your time and consideration in WQCC 2431.
Thank you. Let's see, will it be Ms. Dolan? All right.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, and Commission. Again, my name is Maureen Dolan. I am representing Triad National Security LLC co-petitioners in this matter. With me on the platform is Maxine McReynolds, also representing Triad. As the Commission is aware, Triad has been a co-petitioner in 2 third-party petitions before the WQCC recently. And since the relationships among different entities present at LANL can be confusing, I wanted to take this opportunity to provide a brief summary of petitioners' respective roles at the lab. LANL is a federally funded research and development center, or FRDC, managed and operated by Triad on behalf of the National Nuclear Security Administration, or NNSA. Triad is a Delaware limited liability company authorized to do business in New Mexico, and it is comprised of 3, I'm sorry, microphone is difficult. 3 nonprofit entities: the Battelle Memorial Institute, the University of California, and the Texas A&M University System. NNSA is a semi-autonomous agency within the Department of Energy, responsible for enhancing national nuclear security through the military application of nuclear science. NNSA is run from headquarters sites, as well as through field offices co-located with each of its contractor-operated national laboratories. The NNSA field offices are responsible for ensuring compliance with the federal contracts issued to manage and operate these national labs. NALA is the NNSA field office responsible for ensuring Triad's compliance with the laboratory's management and operating contract. While NNSA and NALA are
not participants in this hearing, NALA does support the proposed rulemaking. Since 2018, the DOE's legacy environmental remediation mission at Lanall has been overseen not by NNSA, but by DOE's Office of Environmental Management, or DOE-EM, through its own separate Los Alamos field office, EMLA. At Lanall, this mission is managed and performed by Newport News Nuclear, BWXT, or N3B. So, in this matter, Triad is a co-petitioner with both N3B and DOE-EM's Los Alamos field office. Triad supports this proposed rulemaking. As petitioners' witnesses will show, its foundations in EPA recommended modeling yield copper criteria based on site-specific water chemistry, and the proposed standards for the Pajarito Plateau are more accurately tailored to local conditions and better reflect potential impacts to aquatic life than those set out in New Mexico's current hardness-based water quality criteria for copper. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Olson. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like this chair is very low.
There's one you can switch it out for.
I do hate these microphones. Okay. Good morning, Carrie Olson again from Spencer, Fane, Montgomery, and Andrews on behalf of petitioner N3B. We're here this morning before the commission on petitioner's proposal to amend 20.6.4 900 NMAC to incorporate a site-specific water quality criteria for copper for Pajarito Plateau surface waters. Is it cutting in and out? I just sit back a little bit. The proposal is developed from EPA's 2007 copper biotic ligand model. You'll see that reflected as BLM throughout the papers, and has site-specific water quality chemistry for surface waters on the Pajarito Plateau. Council for NMED has already laid out the legal framework for this commission's adoption and review of surface water quality standards. As she pointed out, 20.6.4.10F NMAC authorizes any person to petition the commission to adopt site-specific criteria and sets forth the requirements that must be satisfied for adoption. The uncontested proposed site-specific water quality criteria for copper for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters satisfies these requirements. I apologize. Anyone have any tips for? As detailed in the demonstration report, which was included with our petition and is also provided as petitioner's Exhibit 1, as well as the technical testimony presented from petitioner's witnesses, Dr. Amanda White and Barry Fulton, the proposed site-specific water quality criteria was the result of a multi-year collaborative effort with NMED, stakeholders, tribes, and members of the public to develop a BLM-based copper criteria for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters. The proposed criteria relies on a scientifically defensible method and site-specific water chemistry data and analysis. It reflects the best available science and EPA's current recommendations for copper criteria, is fully protective of aquatic life uses on the Pajarito Plateau to the same extent as the EPA 2007 copper criteria, and if adopted, will provide a more accurate assessment of copper bioavailability and toxicity for Pajarito Plateau surface waters
than the current New Mexico's hardness-based calculation. Again, the basis and justification for this proposal is fully detailed in the demonstration report and petitioner's testimony and exhibits. I'd like to just briefly summarize the key points for context to the presentations you'll hear today. As the Commission is likely aware, New Mexico's current statewide aquatic life water quality criteria for copper, set forth at Part 4 900 NMAC, is based on outdated 1996 EPA hardness-based recommended copper criteria. That criteria only accounts for the effect of water hardness on bioavailability and toxicity, and does not explicitly consider the effects of other water quality, water chemistry parameters, which we have since learned affect copper bioavailability and toxicity. In 2007, EPA issued nationally recommended freshwater aquatic life criteria for copper based on the BLM. That's provided as Petitioner's Exhibit 10. Reflecting our advances in understanding of water chemistry, EPA's 2007 BLM-based copper criteria departs from the sole reliance on hardness and incorporates the latest and best available scientific information for setting copper criteria by accounting for the effects of multiple water chemistry parameters that affect copper bioavailability and toxicity to aquatic life. The EPA 2007 criteria reflects the best available science and provides a more accurate assessment of copper bioavailability than New Mexico's current hardness-based calculation. This is not in dispute. During the last triennial review of Part 4, the Environment Department's Surface Water Quality Bureau was not ready to adopt the EPA's updated copper BLM for statewide aquatic life criteria for copper, based primarily on scarcity of data. However, consistent with recommendations from EPA, NMAC committed at that time to continue evaluating adoption of a BLM-based copper criteria on a segment-specific basis. Again, as detailed in our papers, extensive monitoring and sampling of BLM parameters in the Pajarito Plateau streams since 2005 provided sufficient BLM water chemistry data to support development of a BLM-based criteria for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters. Petitioners have worked extensively with the Environment Department over many years to develop the criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters presented today. The proposal also incorporates substantial input received from stakeholders, tribes, and members of the public through the multi-year engagement process detailed in the public involvement plan provided with the demonstration report and summarized in the direct testimony of Dr. White. The copper criteria for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters is proposed as a multiple linear regression. You'll see that reflected as MLR in the papers, equation that accurately replicates EPA's BLM-based copper criteria using dissolved organic carbon, you'll hear that referred to as DOC, pH, and hardness. We know this through the robust data collection and analysis of the BLM water chemistry data from the Pajarito Plateau surface waters described by Dr. White and Mr. Fulton. EPA recognizes that MLR equations are a scientifically defensible approach to calculate metal criteria for aquatic life, and they provide greater transparency and usability over the copper BLM software. Notably, because the MLR equations resemble the hardness-based metals criteria, they can easily be incorporated into 20.6.4.900 in an equation form that's already familiar to users and the public. If adopted by the WQCC, the proposed copper site-specific water quality criteria will provide a more accurate assessment of copper conditions for aquatic life uses and level of protection in Pajarito Plateau surface waters in accordance with EPA's current guidance and recommendations and the New Mexico water quality standards. We appreciate the Commission's careful consideration of this proposal and request that pursuant to 20.1.6.306 of the Commission's rulemaking procedures, that the Commission proceed with deliberation at the conclusion of this hearing and adopt the proposed uncontested site-specific water quality criteria for copper for surface waters on the Pajarito Plateau as amendments to Part 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Will there be any further opening statements from the petitioners?
No, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, we're going to call your first witness.
Before I call her, I'd like to just briefly address exhibits. Is it the Commission's pleasure to introduce exhibits one by one through witnesses, or to have me walk through the exhibits other than the pre-filed direct testimony at this time? How would you like to handle that?
So my memory from an email that I saw, I think from Ms. Scott, is Mr. Maxwell requested that the foundation be laid through the testimony, and then we can talk about admission. If you can even, lay the foundation and do it one at a time or at the end, but it doesn't sound as though we have consensus on doing it all at the beginning.
Understood. Just for clarification, as you're well aware, there is no foundation requirement because the rules of civil procedure don't apply in this proceeding. I'm happy to have our witnesses identify the relevance, which I think is laid out in the testimony, or if Mr. Maxwell wants to identify any specific exhibits that he was unclear about relevance, to save time, I can limit it to just those exhibits, whatever would be your preference.
All right. Mr. Maxwell, were there certain exhibits that you had concerns about whether they were relevant?
Not specifically. I reserve my objection at the admission of them, though.
All right. So if even a brief description of how the exhibits are relevant, and one of the reasons, understanding that the rules of civil procedure don't apply, one of the reasons we usually step through that exercise regardless, even if it's brief, is just to make sure that the boards and commissions are relying on reliable documents.
Understood. I'm happy to discuss relevance to the proceeding.
All right, and I need to swear in Dr. White. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. White, thank you for being here this morning. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell it?
Sure. Amanda White, AMANDAWHITE.
And Dr. White, what is your current profession?
I am the Tech2 Solutions Water Program Director, and that is a subcontractor to N3B.
Do you have before you what has been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 3?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as your pre-filed direct technical testimony?
Yes.
Was that technical testimony drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
No.
Is the testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And if you were asked these same questions today, would you give the same answers under oath?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 3.
Okay, I'll pause a moment in the event there are objections. Exhibit 3 is admitted. And while I have the mic, let me offer two things. Those of you at the table have the option of using the handheld mic if that's easier. And if you don't use the handheld mic, please don't turn your head while you're speaking. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Okay, so moving on to some of the other exhibits that were referenced in your testimony. Do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 5?
Yes.
And do you recognize that document as your resume?
Yes.
Is that resume true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner or Hearing Officer, we would move to admit petitioner's exhibit number 5.
Thank you. I'll pause for a moment in the event there are objections. Exhibit number 5 is admitted.
And Dr. White, do you also have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 2?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as petitioner's proposed changes to Part 4?
Yes.
Were you involved in the development of this document?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, and 3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 2.
Pause for a moment in the event there are objections. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And Dr. White, do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 7?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as a notice of public meetings and comment period for the draft demonstration report?
Yes.
What is the relevance of that notice document to the proposal and petition?
Sure. The demonstration report lays the foundation of the proposed change, and this was a notification of the public meeting on the demonstration report, as well as the kickoff of the comment period, the 45-day comment period.
Madam Hearing Officer, we would move for admission of petitioner's exhibit number 7.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 7 is admitted.
And finally, Dr. White, do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 8?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as the response to comments received during that comment period?
Yes.
And what's the relevance of including the response to comments in the record?
During the 45-day public comment period on the demonstration report, the written comments that were received were from Communities for Clean Water, and these are DOE EMLAs and N3B's responses to those comments.
Madam Hearing Officer, we would finally move to admit petitioner's exhibit number 8.
Thank you. I'll pause in the event there are objections. Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Thank you. I'll reserve addressing the rest of the exhibits for with our next witness. At this time, Dr. White has prepared a summary of her pre-filed technical testimony. And so I would pass it to her to provide that. And just as a reminder, I believe everybody received via the Dropbox link a copy of the presentation that accompanies that summary. I do have a couple of paper copies if anyone did not receive that.
Would any commissioner want to see a paper copy? No. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. And Ms. Jones, if you could give, I believe it's identified as petitioner witness permission to share the screen. Yeah.
Everyone able to see that? Right. Thank you. And good morning, Chairman Thompson and members of the commission. I appreciate you allowing me to present. And my name is Amanda White, as I stated previously, and I'm here to discuss the petition to amend the standards for interstate and intrastate surface water 20.6.4 New Mexico Administrative Code. The purpose of my testimony today is to provide background information on the surface waters within the Pirato Plateau to which the proposed copper site-specific water quality would apply. And I will also summarize the reasons for developing the proposed copper site-specific water quality criteria for these surface waters and describe the data collection used to support it. I will summarize the petitioner's outreach and extended engagement with NMAC, Surface Water Quality Bureau, EPA, stakeholders, tribes, and the public in developing this proposed copper site-specific water quality criteria. I wanted to provide a geographic backdrop of Pirato Plateau. If you look in the upper right-hand corner, you'll recognize the state of New Mexico outline, and Los Alamos is indicated there. In the lower right-hand corner, you can see Los Alamos County, situated between Sandoval County and Santa Fe County. And if you look in the map on the left-hand side, you'll see the laboratory is the yellow shaded boundary, and that is Los Alamos National Laboratory. I'll most likely refer to it as LANL or the laboratory. And you can see the landholders, ownership. To the south is Bandelier National Monument. To the northwest is Santa Fe National Forest. To the northeast is, and east is the Pueblo de San Ildefonso, as well as Los Alamos Town Site to the north and White Rock to the east. I wanted to describe the surface waters within the Pirato Plateau, and the Pirato Plateau is defined as the outer brown boundary, which is the watershed. It's the delineation of the watershed that indicates the boundary. So it's that outer brown area that is the Pirato Plateau as we are defining it. The surface waters within the Pirato Plateau that we are incorporated into it are the 20.6.498, which is the deep blue areas and located to the north. That's Guaje Canyon up there, Pueblo Canyon, and then in the headwaters to the west of the laboratory property are these classifications are intermittent unclassified waters. And the next classification is 20.6.4121, which is a perennial stream in Frijoles Canyon to the south. And it is perennial. It is in Bandelier National Monument. We have 20.6.4126, which are perennial reaches within Los Alamos National Laboratory. They're the red in little bits and pieces here, segments, stream segments, and they are either spring fed or effluent fed. 20.6.4127 is the light green area to the northwest, and that is Los Alamos Reservoir and the stream from Los Alamos Reservoir downstream to the ice rink, if you're familiar with Los Alamos. And by and large, 20.6.4128, which is the darker green segments, are ephemeral or intermittent streams. So by and large, these are the most common streams that are in the laboratory and all across the Pirato Plateau. So they are ephemeral or intermittent streams. And then we have 20.6.4140, which is the purple sections, and they are intermittent. And just to drive that point home, we have intermittent waters, we have perennial waters, we have ephemeral and intermittent waters. We have a variety of different hydrologies that are represented across the Pareto Plateau. Right, so knowing the hydrologic conditions and the geographic setting that we're looking at, wanted to discuss the copper criteria and what the current criteria is, as well as the proposed criteria. So the current criteria is hardness-based and only accounts for the effects of hardness on copper toxicity to aquatic life. It does not consider other water chemistry parameters such as pH or dissolved organic carbon, and is potentially underprotective or not stringent enough, or overprotective or too stringent, depending on site-specific water chemistry. The proposed criteria is a site-specific water quality criteria for copper for surface waters within the Pareto Plateau. It was developed using EPA's Biotic Ligand Model, or BLM, software that accounts for the effects of multiple water chemistry parameters on the bioavailability and toxicity of copper to aquatic life. And the proposed equations accurately replicate the BLM software criteria. And I would like to note that the EPA, in their 2007 recommendations on the copper criteria, recommend using the BLM that incorporates the effects of multiple water chemistry parameters and reflects the latest scientific knowledge on metal speciation and bioavailability. That's the criteria. Now I wanted to talk about the very robust data set that we started collecting 20 years ago. So in 2005, we started to collect the parameters needed for the BLM model. So across the laboratory, and you can see again the Pareto boundary outlined in yellow this time, and these gauging stations are indicated with green triangles. They are USGS style gauging stations. We monitor stream flow at all of those different locations, and we also sample at those locations when there is flow. Again, these are ephemeral, so you know you're familiar with arroyos, so they flow when there's precipitation, frozen, snow melt sometimes if we're lucky. The red triangles are reference locations, so they are considered background locations, either upwind or not on laboratory property. So at all these locations, we have sampled across the Pareto Plateau, so the spatially and temporally, this data set is very robust. And I wanted to get into a little bit about, that's the areas we've collected. Now I want to talk a little bit about how we collected the samples. So this is the sample collection process. We have the field collection. Because we have stormwater, again, they're mostly ephemeral streams, and intermittent, we are using automated samplers. So the pump is triggered in the sampler when there's stream flow. So if there's stream flow, start sampling, and that arm starts swinging inside the automated ISCO and collecting samples. So that triggers when a sample is collected, we go to the field and retrieve it. So the sample inspection and sample retrieval form initiates the chain of custody process. And the chain of custody is exactly what it says, an unending chain documenting the custody as a record of maintaining custody. So from there, the samples are delivered to the stormwater processing facility. The chain of custody is relinquished to the processing facility. Stormwater sample processing log is created. Sample filtration or preservation is performed as required for the analysis. Chain of custody analysis request forms are completed and the shipping form is created. And then the sample and those forms are transferred to the sample management office, and the chain of custody is relinquished to the SMO or sample management office, and the samples are shipped to the analytical laboratory. So I wanted to get into the collection process of the samples, and now I'm going to discuss a little bit about the quality assurance and quality control associated with the analytical data. So the chain of custody forms track the collection and delivery of samples to laboratories. These are third-party analytical laboratories or contract laboratories. They follow standard QA/QC procedures for analysis and data reporting and are accredited under the Department of Energy Consolidated Audit Program, otherwise known as DOCAP, for the analytes of interest. So detection and reporting limits are provided with the samples from the third-party analytical laboratory. Non-detections are flagged by the laboratory and checked by independent data validators. Analytical data is also validated by N3B chemists to guidelines based on EPA's QA/GA guidance on environmental data verification and data validation, Department of Defense, Department of Energy, Consolidated Quality System Manual for environmental laboratories, and EPA's National Functional Guidelines for data validation. So all of these things combine together to create a very robust data set, hydrologically, temporally, spatially, and it is high quality. So now I want to move a little bit into just touching on the point of our communications and interactions with the regulators over the course of the past 7 years. We've had numerous interactions, and NMAC, Surface Water Quality Bureau, as well as the EPA, has been involved. Kicking off with a January 25th, 2018 meeting in Santa Fe, and to provide the overview of the copper BLM and discuss its application to the priority plateau surface waters. And I will not go through all of these, but the general rhythm of them is we met, we discussed what we were going to do with the regulators. They provided comments. We wrote the draft document, incorporating their comments. We provided the draft to the regulators. They provided comments. We incorporated the comments, and then we provided final documents. So we developed the work plan as well as the demonstration report and the final teleconference to discuss the draft petition with copper site-specific water quality criteria was in April 2024. Okay. And so you can see that we have had a lot of interaction with the regulators. We've also had quite a bit of interaction with the public, stakeholders, tribes, members of the public. In December 2020, it was, in the middle of the pandemic, middle-ish of the pandemic, we had the individual NPDES stormwater permit public meeting, and that is targeted towards the general public. And we presented our demonstration report. It was in draft form at that point. And during our public meeting in May 2021, we were invited to present in the Northern New Mexico Citizens Advisory Board, or NMAC meeting. And the stakeholders there are City of Santa Fe, Los Alamos County, various pueblos and tribes, as well as universities and NGOs and private entities. So lots of different stakeholders there. In June 2021, we presented again in our individual permit public meeting to discuss changes that had been made based on regular communications. So you can see an ongoing theme through here. We presented at the IP public meeting to keep the public abreast of any changes that were made to the standard as we went along. In November 2021, we're invited to present at the Accord Pueblo Technical Exchange meeting, Pueblo de San Ildefonso, the Pueblo of Jemez, and Pueblo of Santa Clara. In November 2021, the Eastern Jemez Resource Council meeting, we're invited to present there, and that has various federal, state, local entities, private, as well as universities. In November 2021, we again presented at the IP public meeting. And in March 2022, we were invited to present at the Los Alamos County Board of Public Utilities working session meeting. So that was the Los Alamos County and the general public. So it was open to the public, and we presented to them. In March 2023, we held our public meeting on the demonstration report. And that is the notification that was the discussed in the exhibit, and that was open to the general public. We noticed that in various assorted newspapers, in Los Alamos, Santa Fe, Espanola, and it was held on September 2023. And as I stated previously, it kicked off the 45-day comment period for the demonstration report, the public comment period, to which we received in writing comments from Communities for Clean Water. So in summary, that I wanted to present to you an overview of the geographic setting, the robust data set that we developed, hydrologically, spatially, temporally, and it's a very high quality data set over the past, it was 18 years of data that was included in this analysis and development of this proposed change. And I wanted to discuss our interactions with not only regulators, but the public and stakeholders. And with that, I believe that ends my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. White. Madam Hearing Officer, we don't have any, or I don't have any further questioning with this witness. So at this time, I would tender her for examination and questioning by herself and the commissioners.
Thank you very much, Dr. White and Ms. Olson. Ms. Scott, do you have questions of Dr. White? Okay. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. White?
I do not have questions for Dr. White. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start then. Commissioner Moander, do you have questions of Dr. White?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Zemlik.
Thank you, I do not.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, Chair Thompson.
Yeah, I have one question. You have a very impressive data set going back to 2005, and I appreciate that. But this is all water quality data. You don't have any toxicology data. Is that true?
That is, I'm going to defer to Mr. Fulton on that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask him that in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Velasquez.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. White. First of all, I want to commend you for the stakeholder outreach. It is clear that that was a priority for this plan. And being a resident of the Pocket Basin, it was very clear that we had the opportunity. And so I want to just, I think that's good government and good work for our public. And I appreciate that. My only other question, or that's a comment, my question was in the BLM sampling plan, as you went from 2019 to 2020, was there any interruption in the plan due to the COVID pandemic being in place, or did the intent of the plan carry through with no interruptions from 2019 through the recovery period and people getting back after the pandemic?
Yeah, thanks to this amazing technology, we have, and we held everything online that was required, any meetings. So in fact, several of those meetings were held online, especially the early on ones, the 20, but the newer meetings were held hybrid as well as in person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Wright, I'm getting more on the ground sampling, the schedule of measuring the on the ground status. Was that interrupted in any way, or did that carry through as planned?
No, we took a very brief hiatus for, I think it was 2 months, and we're back in the field from March 15th. I don't even think it was two months. Very brief. It was decided that field work was safe as far as the transmission of COVID was concerned.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Brankard.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't understand a lot of the science, but since you introduced the proposed regulatory changes, let me try to ask some questions of you about those. And I'm confused, but then again, I kept thinking the BLM was a federal agency. So Under this provision, 10.4, 20.6.4, when we adopt site-specific criteria, one thing we have to do is find that these criteria fully protect the designated uses. Okay, so we have in our stream standards here a whole long list of basins, et cetera, that are defined and that have designated uses. But I think, as you have sort of indicated, you are not applying this to specific basins that are currently in our standards. You're creating an entirely new geographic concept here. It's called the Pajarito Plateau.
They will apply to the stream segments that I discussed.
Well, but you're not making any changes to those segments.
It was decided, instead of putting it in each and every one of those, that it would, and that was in cooperation with NMAC, that it would make more sense to include it in the overarching 900 part.
Okay, so I'm looking, say, at 20.6.4, 128 Rio Grande Basin. And these are lands within managed by DOE. And under criteria, it says the use-specific criteria in 20.6.4 900 NMAC are applicable to the designated uses, except that the following segment-specific criteria apply. The acute total ammonia criteria set forth in subsection L of 20.6.4 900. Okay. I mean, would it be useful for each of these segments to also have a cross-reference like that in there?
Sure. I will defer NMAC on that. I think we discussed various different ways of incorporating standards into it. And this was the preference, I think, on all of the parties involved.
Okay, so you've identified 6 different segments, stream segments, that are within this larger Pajarito Plateau concept here. And so each of them has different designated uses. So I would assume that means that we as the commission need to make a finding that what you're proposing protects each of those designated uses within those 6 different segments. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have, if you looked at the equations proposed, there was one for aquatic, acute, as well as chronic aquatic life. So those should capture what you're proposing.
I mean, I see limited aquatic life and secondary contact. I see cold water aquatic life. I see primary contact. Is primary contact being protected by these? I mean, is there evidence in your presentation that says that the primary contact is being protected?
Sure. Mr. Fulton's presentation will get a little bit more into the details of protectiveness, as well as the details of the methodology of the proposal.
I would just think that when we do prepare a statement of reasons, we're going to have to check off a whole lot of boxes here about all these different stream segments that are within this larger segment that you're creating, but you're not making it one of our stream segments.
That's right.
Okay. I guess I'm just struggling a bit with that. Knowing all the blood, sweat, and tears that has gone into the many triennial reviews that this commission has gone through to set forth all these stream segments, that we're now coming up with this entirely new concept of the Pajarito Plateau here, which is not a stream segment. So I hope you can, hope somebody can explain this, how this works in our rules for us here.
We have two more witnesses to hear from, including the department.
I'd love to hear from you. I was a little confused in the changes you proposed. If I can find them, I probably can't now. In J2 of 900. And again, you may not be the best witness to answer this question, but that's great. If I can find what I was looking at here.
Page 50.
I'm just looking at the petition here, page 3 of the petition.
I believe it's base number petitioners 0411 of Exhibit 2 for a cross reference.
So you have here use specific numeric criteria is J and then 2 and is notes applicable to the table. Okay, and then it says A, where the letter A is indicated, the criterion is based on receiving water characteristics, etc. Now, is that based on only for copper?
Yes.
Okay, well, that table has a whole lot of little A's in it for a whole bunch of different.
I apologize. No, it's A, which is copper, chromium, earth assorted metals. And it was modified, I believe, to the best of my knowledge, to remove the hardness specificity.
Okay.
Because we'll be switching to using other parameters besides just hardness.
All right, but I thought we were just talking about copper here. But now we're applying this to all the other metals?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, but that little letter A appears next to a whole bunch of other metals in that table.
It's just to remove the specificity. Because our criteria will be based on other parameters besides just hardness. They won't modify the other ones.
Okay, okay.
Make it more generic.
And it just, here's a little nit in J1, you refer to the end of that sentences, subsections A through I, K, L, and M of this section. I think our brethren at the big record center don't want you to use this section anymore. They want you to put the actual number of the section. But that's a holdover from a long time ago in this room. I hate for them to reject our submittal.
That's an interesting point, Commissioner Brinker, because we're not proposing to modify that language. That's the existing language in the regulation.
Right.
So I don't know what the state records, when you modify a section, if they propose changes to other not modified language, I guess.
You're forewarned that they may.
Yeah, that's the interesting.
And I don't think, I see that as not a substantive change, so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner B. Hill.
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. On the platform, Commissioner Fry.
Thank you. I have a few questions and they really relate to the changes. In the administrative code, should I try them with you, or do we want those questions to be directed to one of the other witnesses?
It depends on what the question is.
Okay. Well, my first question, I suspect it's going to be best answered by the next witness. But since Commissioner Brankert brought this up on that same section, what is the number? I think it's J2A. It's changing the language from the criterion is hardness based and so on and so forth to the criterion is based on receiving water characteristics. What does that phrase mean? Receiving water characteristics?
Sure. For example, with our NPDES permit, the individual permit, it would be the receiving waters of that permit.
I still don't get it. I'm sorry. You mean the water received to set the permit or during the permit?
So that the water from each of our outfalls, if you will, is into is received by a stream downstream. And
Okay.
Yeah, and okay.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Sure.
I suspect my other question, I can't find it. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Harms?
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Olson, do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect for this witness.
All right, well, this is an excellent time to stop for lunch. When we return at 1, prior to moving to our next technical witness, I will invite public comment, except any that there is to be given. And if there is none to be given, or whenever we have completed public comment, we will return to the technical case. Let's come back at 1. Thank you. Let's prepare to begin again, please. We are back after a lunch break in WQCC 24-31. We have come to the time we had reserved in the event there was public comment to be given. Let me ask first if there's anyone in the room who is here to offer non-technical public comment. Please just raise your hands. No? Is there anyone on the platform who is with us at this time to offer public comment? Please turn on your camera, raise your hand, or otherwise indicate through chat that you would like to offer comment. No? Lisa, would you say something, please?
Yes, Spanish interpretation services are available.
Okay.
Just and so if you're online, if you can want to choose your language channel, there. Cada interpretación en español, nada más vaya a la esquina inferior a la izquierda y ahí hay un mundo. Por favor, hágale clic y ahí puede escoger su idioma.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Grady.
Spanish interpreter services here for those who are present. If anybody would like. Si alguien aquí presente quisiera escuchar en español, entonces por favor pase adelante y le entrego los audífonos.
Thank you very much. All right, it appears that we do not have anyone here to offer public comment. So either in the room or on the platform, I will ask once more before we adjourn, which may or may not be before 5 p.m. So please listen for that opportunity. Let's return to the technical case. Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We would like to call our next witness, Barry Fulton.
Mr. Fulton, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Olson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Fulton, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Barry Fulton, Barryrfulton.
And what is your current profession?
I'm an environmental consultant and owner of Benchmark and Environmental and affiliate of Windward Environmental.
Do you have before you what has been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 4?
Yes,
Do you recognize that document as your pre-filed technical testimony?
I do.
And was that testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do. I have one correction to make. On page 14, line 20, there's a reference to an exhibit, and the reference to that exhibit on line 20, page 14, should be changed to exhibit 13.
And just for the benefit of the court reporter, that's base number petitioners 0446. And so we're striking the number 14 and replacing it with the number 13. With that correction, is the testimony that you prepared true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
If you were asked those same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioners exhibit number 4.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 4 is admitted.
And then I'll take a quick minute to walk through the rest of our exhibits. Mr. Fulton, do you have before you what's previously been marked as petitioner's exhibit 6?
Yes,
Do you recognize that document as your resume?
yes,
Is this a true and accurate copy of your resume?
it is. Yes,
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 6.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Moving to exhibit 1, do you have what's been identified before you? Do you have before you what's been identified as exhibit number 1?
yes.
Can you identify what that document is?
It's referred to as the demonstration report, and it provides the technical and regulatory foundation for the proposed site-specific water quality criteria.
Were you involved in the preparation of this document?
Yes, I was.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 1.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has previously been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 9?
Yes.
Can you please identify that document?
Exhibit 9 is the work plan for developing the proposed site-specific water quality criteria, and it just describes the planning, the coordination, and the timeline behind developing such proposed amendments.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 9.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 10?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify what that document is?
Exhibit 10 is EPA's 2007 copper criteria, and it is the basis for the proposed site-specific water quality criteria.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 10.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 10 is admitted.
Do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 11?
Yes.
And can you identify what that document is?
Exhibit 11 is EPA's 1996 copper criteria, commonly referred to throughout testimonies as the hardness-based criteria.
And what's the relevance to petitioners or to our petition?
It sort of forms a rationale for why we're proposing updated site-specific water quality criteria, because it is the current statewide criteria from which we're changing.
Madam Hearing Officer, N3B offers petitioner's exhibit number 11.
Pause for objections. Exhibit 11 is admitted.
And Mr. Fulton, do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 12?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify what that document is?
Exhibit 12 is is technical testimony from the New Mexico Environment Department during the prior triennial review hearing.
And for the record, that's WQCC 20-51R. Were you a witness in that proceeding?
I was.
What is the relevance of this exhibit to the petition?
It includes the department's position for why we, the petitioners, are doing this or proposing site-specific water quality criteria on a site-specific basis.
Madam Hearing Officer, we move to admit petitioner's exhibit number 12.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit number 13?
Yes, I do.
And can you identify what that document is?
Exhibit 13 is an EPA approval letter for another jurisdiction in Georgia, describing the approval of site-specific water quality criteria for copper.
And what's the relevance to this petition?
It just provides additional precedence for the approach that we've taken for developing site-specific water quality criteria.
And 3B will also offer petitioner's exhibit number 13.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 13 is admitted.
And finally, do you have before you what's been identified as petitioner's exhibit 14?
Yes.
Can you describe what that document is?
Exhibit 14 is a 2018 Data Quality Objective, or DQO, / Data Quality Assessment, or DQA report.
And why is this document relevant to the petition?
It describes in detail the quality assessment procedures that the petitioners conducted to ensure quality data to contribute to the proposed amendments.
Madam Hearing Officer, we move to admit petitioner's exhibit 14.
We'll pause for objections. Exhibit 14 is admitted.
I believe that constitutes admission of all of our exhibits. Mr. Fulton has also prepared a summary of his direct testimony. You all, I believe, received the corresponding demonstrative PowerPoint through Dropbox. So I will pass it to him to present that summary.
Thank you.
We're having technical issues. I think we're going to rejoin the meeting. Ms. Jones could let us back in the meeting. Just one second.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, Chairman Thompson, and members of the committee. Thanks for your time today, and I appreciate also the opportunity to present my testimony in front of you guys today. Again, my name is Barry Fulton. I'm an environmental consultant with Benchmark and Environmental, and an affiliate of Windward Environmental. I've played a role, as I'll discuss today, in developing the proposed site-specific water quality criteria. Just to start off with just a topics for discussion today that's covered in my direct testimony, my written testimony, as well as the slides that will summarize my written testimony. Let's begin with just an introduction, including my role in the proposed amendments, a description and summary of the rationale and the regulatory background for developing the proposed site-specific water quality criteria.
Mr. Fulton, could you go full screen on that for us? Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Commissioner. Yeah, so
Shows up on.
that says switch screen. Yeah. Yeah, right. I'll show it on the computer, but not.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Fulton. I found a workaround. Thank you, though.
So after getting into and describing the rationale and the regulatory background for the proposed amendments, I'll talk in detail about just the development of the copper site-specific water quality criteria that is proposed for the geographic area referred to as the Pajarito Plateau, and kind of conclude with recommendations to the Commission with regards to adoption of the proposed site-specific water quality criteria. Some introduction for myself. Again, my name is Barry Fulton. I have undergraduate degrees in ecology and environmental science, as well as a master's degree in environmental toxicology. Professional experience includes 20 years as a research scientist, as well as environmental consultant, with a particular focus on water quality standards and specifically water quality criteria for metals. My resume is provided as Exhibit 6. My role in the current proposal included the technical lead for the development of the proposed copper site-specific water quality criteria for the Pajarito Plateau, which included authorship of the work plan for the site-specific water quality criteria, authorship of the demonstration report, which again kind of provides the technical and regulatory foundation for the proposal, as well as participation in presentations to various stakeholders, including NMAC, the public, and tribes, as summarized previously in Dr. White's testimony, which is provided as Exhibit 3. The overall rationale, I would say, for the proposed site-specific water quality criteria is to ensure that the copper criteria applicable to the Pajarito Plateau is based on the best available science and current EPA recommendations. And so our objective here was to incorporate copper site-specific water quality criteria for the plateau according to EPA's most current recommended national criteria for copper, published in 2007, as well as in accordance with procedures set forth in 20.6.4.10 NMAC for developing site-specific water quality criteria in the state of New Mexico. This slide kind of further describes the rationale for developing the proposed site-specific water quality criteria via a comparison of the current statewide criteria shown on the left-hand side of the slide relative to how that differs from the proposed site-specific water quality criteria. So the current statewide water quality criteria for copper are based on outdated EPA recommended criteria published back in 1996. They're referred to commonly as hardness-based criteria because they only take into the account the effect that water hardness, which is really just the sum of calcium and magnesium in the water, has on the bioavailability and toxicity of copper to aquatic life. EPA has since concluded, since it has published the hardness-based criteria and moved on to what's referred to as the biotic ligand model criteria, that the older hardness-based criteria can be either overprotective or underprotective based on the particular water chemistry of a given water body. For those reasons, and based on decades of research in aquatic toxicology and chemistry, EPA in 2007 published the copper biotic ligand model, and that is the basis of their current recommended copper criteria. And it is also the basis for the proposed site-specific water quality criteria in front of the Commission today. Our proposed criteria, instead of just incorporating water hardness, also considers the effects of multiple other water chemistry parameters, including dissolved organic carbon, or DOC, pH, as well as hardness. These are the three most influential water chemistry parameters with regards to how copper behaves in the surface water and ultimately interacts to cause toxicity to aquatic life. The proposal utilizes equations, as I'll talk throughout my testimony, to replicate EPA's software-based model, which is referred to as the biotic ligand model or the BLM. Because we are more comprehensively taking into account water chemistry parameters beyond just hardness, it provides a more scientifically rigorous and up-to-date method for establishing criteria to protect aquatic life. And so, you know, you've heard the term hardness-based criteria. It is the basis of the current statewide criteria. Just for reference, this is a visual representation of the current statewide hardness-based criteria, along with the actual equations from NMAC for the hardness-based criteria. And so it's showing an acute criterion element for short-term exposures, a chronic criterion element for longer-term exposures. That is consistent with aquatic life criteria for all constituents. We always have an acute, we always have a chronic criterion element. On the x-axis or the horizontal axis is hardness in this particular figure, and on the vertical or the y-axis is the copper criteria values based on the hardness-based criteria. You can see in the figure that as hardness increases, so does the magnitude or the numeric value of the hardness-based criteria. And that's because hardness has an effect on the bioavailability and toxicity of copper. Importantly, however, water chemistry parameters beyond hardness, including dissolved organic carbon and pH, have equal or greater effects on the toxicity of copper. And so by not incorporating other water chemistry parameters into copper criteria, we end up with criteria that doesn't accurately account for the toxicity of copper in a given water. This slide just kind of depicts the EPA's history of nationally recommended water quality criteria for copper. So going back to 1976, commonly referred to as the Red Book criteria, all the way through 1996, EPA recommended hardness-based criteria for copper. Similar to the equations that I just showed you, they evolved somewhat over time, but they were always just based on the input of copper, utilizing an equation as in a similar format. In 2007, EPA transitioned to what's referred to as the copper biotic ligand model, or again, the BLM-based criteria. And again, in response to a growing body of scientific research that clearly demonstrates multiple water chemistry parameters affect the toxicity of copper. And just a point of clarification here, you'll see in this slide under 1996, and we're referring to the statewide criteria as 1996 EPA criteria. The cover page of that criteria is entitled 1995 Updates. and people commonly refer to it as the 1995 criteria. It was published in January 1996, and so that is why we're calling it the 1996 criteria. Some additional regulatory background. With regard to the hardness-based criteria, EPA has concluded, for reasons that I've already alluded to and that I'll go into greater detail throughout my testimony, that the hardness-based criteria are potentially underprotective, so not stringent enough, or overprotective, too stringent, depending on the full water chemistry of a particular water body. In contrast, the EPA has concluded and shown that copper criteria calculated using the biotic ligand model provides or more accurately yield the level of protection needed to protect and maintain aquatic life uses. Some additional regulatory background here. During the last triennial review in New Mexico in 2020, EPA had provided comments that recommended that New Mexico adopt the EPA 2007 copper biotic ligand model. In response, the department, while they recognize the EPA 2007 criteria provides a more accurate assessment of copper bioavailability, they decided not to adopt it statewide at that time, primarily because the state lacks sufficient water quality criteria or water quality data to adopt it on a statewide basis. However, they would continue to evaluate it on a segment-specific basis. Importantly, though, as Dr. White had testified previously, the surface waters on the Pajarito Plateau have been rigorously monitored for all of the BLM parameters necessary to generate BLM-based criteria. So it is a suitable setting for adopting criteria that are calculated based on the copper biotic ligand model. .6.4.10 F NMAC specifies that site-specific water quality criteria may be developed based on relevant site-specific conditions, which are listed here in this slide. One such condition is that the physical or chemical characteristics of a water body alter or affect the bioavailability or toxicity of a chemical. And that's certainly true of copper. We know that water chemistry parameters other than hardness have an important effect on copper bioavailability and toxicity. 20.6.4.10 F NMAC also states that a derivation of site-specific water quality criteria needs to rely on a scientifically defensible method. It lists several potential methods, one of which is the copper biotic ligand model. As I mentioned, that's the basis of EPA's current recommended criteria and the basis of the criteria that's proposed by the petitioners. So I want to provide some background on what the copper biotic ligand model actually is. The BLM itself is a software tool used in aquatic toxicology to evaluate the bioavailability of metals in surface water or in the aquatic environment and the affinity of metals to accumulate and therefore cause toxicity to aquatic life. It is based on the best available science, and again, it is the basis of this EPA 2007 criteria. The schematic shown here in this slide highlights the three primary mechanisms by which water quality or water chemistry has an effect on the bioavailability and toxicity of copper. And so I'll start by just kind of describing what is a biotic ligand. And an example of this would be like the gill of a fish or an aquatic invertebrate. It's the site of uptake in an organism. It's the site where given elements, in this case copper, could bind to the organism and therefore be accumulated or incorporated and thus be able to elicit a toxic effect. The three mechanisms are depicted in this schematic, and those mechanisms are commonly referred to as competition, speciation, or complexation. And I'll start with what's referred to as a competition pathway. And that's shown by this green oval where you see Ca, Mg, that stands for calcium and magnesium. That is representing water hardness. And so the The way in which water hardness has an impact mechanistically on copper toxicity is that they interact with copper for binding sites on the gill of a fish or the gill of an aquatic invertebrate. And that's why, as in the case of the hardness-based criteria, as hardness increases, the copper criteria increases. Copper is becoming less bioavailable, less toxic as you have more hardness because you have more calcium and magnesium ions in solution to compete with copper for uptake. So that's the competition pathway. And again, the hardness-based criteria is only reflecting that pathway. Equally or more important pathways include speciation or complexation. So speciation is represented here by pH. So pH is kind of how acidic or how basic a surface water is. The pH has a significant effect on metal solubility and therefore bioavailability, including copper. And so acidic pHs, so as pH drops below 7 or 6, more free copper is available. Copper disassociates in the surface water, and the free copper, cupric ion, dominates in the water column. And that means it's more soluble, it's more available for uptake to an organism. And so that's the speciation pathway. That's why we see in really acidic water, copper's more bioavailable or more toxic to organisms. And conversely, as pH increases above 7, the solubility of copper decreases. As pH increases above 7, alkalinity also increases. That forms more carbonates, and more carbonates that are available to bind with copper and become less bioavailable. So pH, that's the speciation pathway. The final pathway would be referred to as the complexation pathway, and that's indicated here with the blue oval that has DOC in it. DOC is dissolved organic carbon. That's just organic material that's dissolved in water that's impermeable to biological membranes. The significance here is that dissolved organic carbon, dissolved material in the water, dissolved organic material in the water, has a high affinity to bind with copper. So when copper is in the water alongside DOC, copper really likes to bind to DOC. Once bound to DOC, it's not available to bind to the biotic ligand model, and therefore it's not available for uptake into the organism. And so as a result, as DOC in the water increases, more copper is bound to the DOC and less copper is available for uptake. So copper toxicity decreases as dissolved organic carbon increases. The proposed site-specific water quality criteria today is incorporating these three mechanisms. It's incorporating dissolved organic carbon to account for the complexation pathway, pH to account for the speciation pathway, and of course, calcium and magnesium to account for the competition pathway. So it does represent a more scientifically rigorous method for calculating copper criteria and certainly an improvement over the hardness-based criteria. Continuing on with the BLM itself. So this, I mentioned it's a software, and this is just a screenshot of the user interface to the BLM software. And so if one were to run the BLM software, they would take their water chemistry parameters and they would plug it into the software. They would first go through the training to figure out how to use the software, plug their water chemistry parameters into the software, run the software would spit out a copper criteria value. What's really important, however, is that in the software has 10 input parameters to run the BLM model. What's important is that not all 10 of these parameters have an important impact on the BLM-based criteria or have an important impact on the toxicity or bioavailability of copper. And for that reason, the BLM software itself can be simplified into an equation consistent in format with other equations for water quality criteria. Doing so, simplifying the BLM into an equation format does offer several advantages over utilizing the copper BLM software itself. One is that an equation is familiar and can be readily incorporated into water quality standards. It's transparent as well. Folks can see an equation and they can run and calculate what the copper criteria would be, rather than having to have special access to the software or special training required to run the software. Dr. White mentioned or overviewed the lengthy kind of public outreach that we did throughout this process. Early in that process, some of the feedback that we got was that the BLM is kind of this black box, because you can't see what's going inside of it. It's hard to have access to. You have to have special training to run it, and so it's not very transparent. And so that is another advantage to expressing the BLM software criteria in an equation format. Of course, equations don't require special training to run like a software does. And then equations focusing on the 3 key parameters rather than the 10 parameters streamlines monitoring assessment, because we're really focused on the key parameters that are controlling copper criteria and the bioavailability and toxicity of copper in surface waters. So this slide just sort of overviews the process that we took to develop the proposed site-specific water quality criteria. We applied an EPA process referred to as the data quality objective / data quality assessment process, or DQO, DQA process. Again, that's an EPA process. It's designed to go through a systematic review of data to ensure that the data is of good quality for the intended purposes. After going through that process, we ended up with a total of 517 samples of sufficient quality data that contained all the parameters necessary to calculate copper criteria utilizing the BLM software. We then took all of those 517 samples that were validated or run through the DQO, DQA process, input them into the BLM software itself, and then ran the software model to generate BLM software criteria. We then conducted statistical evaluations of those BLM software criteria to determine which parameters are really controlling the BLM criteria across, in this case, the Pajarito Plateau. That evaluation showed, and I'll show these in subsequent slides, that a combination of dissolved organic carbon, DOC, pH, and hardness had the most significant overall impact on the BLM software criteria. Therefore, we developed what's referred to as multiple linear regression equations, or MLR equations, with 3 independent variables, DOC, pH, and hardness, that were shown to accurately calculate BLM-based criteria across the range of conditions that are observed on the Pajarito Plateau. And so this slide here is kind of showing the output of the process that we went through, and that most of which Dr. White described earlier in terms of the sampling locations, the number of samples, the time period. On the right, it's showing the spatial distribution of the samples. This is a map that was presented previously by Dr. White, and it's showing the location of all of the locations of where those 517 samples came from. The figure on the left is showing the number or the count of samples by year going back to 2005. And it's a bar chart, and the stacks to the bar chart are just color coded by watershed. So you can see kind of combining the figure to the right that shows spatially where those locations are, and the figure to the left that shows kind of the frequency and duration from which we collected samples, that we have a very spatially and temporally robust data set that went into developing these proposed equations. So an example of kind of what it is that we're proposing versus what the current statewide criteria is. The current statewide criteria is kind of illustrated here in the top row of this schematic, where the copper water quality criteria, or WQC, is calculated solely as a function of hardness. Again, going back to that older EPA 1996 criteria. The proposed site-specific water quality criteria for the Pajarito Plateau is in equation format, including 3 parameters, pH, DOC, and hardness, that were developed to replicate the EPA 2007 criteria. These are the actual proposed equations now that we're proposing as amendments. There's an acute and a chronic criterion element, and these are just the numerical equations for both those criterion elements. As I'll show in subsequent slides here, we validated and determined that these equations performed really well. And what I mean by performed well is it accurately calculated BLM software criteria regardless of hydrologic regime. So it worked well, performed well across ephemeral, intermittent, and perennial streams on the Pajarito Plateau. And therefore it can be applied to surface waters on the Pajarito Plateau, regardless of whether or not they're ephemeral, intermittent, or perennial. The next slide here is showing, it's illustrating the accuracy with which our equations are calculating the BLM software criteria. So there's a figure on the left for the acute comparison and a figure to the right for the chronic comparison. On each figure on the horizontal axis is our MLR-based criteria, so it's our proposed equation. And then on the vertical axis is the BLM software criteria. There's a solid diagonal line here. That's not a regression line. That's a line representing a one-to-one fit. So perfect agreement between the software and the proposed equations. You can see that the sample points, so these are our 517 samples that I mentioned previously, are tightly bound along that solid line representing perfect agreement with no systematic bias in terms of over prediction or under prediction. And you can see here, there's an adjusted R-square of 0.98. That indicates that a combination of DOC, pH, and hardness are accounting for 98% of the variation in the BLM-based software across the range of conditions for the Pajarito Plateau. So it's a highly accurate and precise set of equations to generate this software criteria. As a further step as an additional step to further validate our equations, we looked at different combinations and concentration ranges of key parameters. And this is a difficult graph to evaluate in detail, just given the size on the slides, but I can kind of walk through the method here in the outcome. And so we looked at different concentration ranges for pH, DOC, and hardness, and combinations of those. And that's what's represented in the three panels. The BLM criteria are shown as dashed lines and open circles. The site-specific water quality criteria equations are shown as solid lines and triangles. You'll see a series of different colors. Blue, red, and green plots are representing the 10th, 50th, and 90th percentile of each parameter for the site-specific BLM data set. And then on the x-axis, the horizontal axis of each graph, we're showing the 5th and the 95th percentiles of each parameter in the site-specific data set. The key takeaway here is that you can see it's hard to differentiate a dashed line from a solid line. And that's because they're plotting on top of one another generally. And that is just indicating that regardless of the concentration range or the combination of parameters, the equations are replicating with high accuracy the BLM software. The one example where that maybe diverges a little bit is the panel on the bottom, where we're looking at, we're comparing the two models across different hardness concentrations on the x-axis. And you can kind of see on the bottom here that the solid lines are falling below the dashed and open circle lines. So those solid lines and solid triangles, those are our site-specific water quality criteria. Those are below what the BLM software are predicting. So they're more conservative than what the BLM software would generate. So I spent some time here kind of talking through both the BLM software and then the methods and the process that we went through to develop equations to generate BLM software criteria. And I just want to touch on kind of in general the use of these MLR, multiple linear regression equations, to generate criteria. And so there is precedence out there for doing this. EPA recommended aquatic life criteria, for example, for ammonia and copper. They're based on multiple linear regression equations. The equation for aluminum utilizes DOC, pH, and hardness, like we're proposing. EPA has, in other jurisdictions, approved equations similar to ours that are simplifying or accurately calculating the BLM-based software in an equation format. And finally, EPA has come out and really made the point that these MLR equations are scientifically defensible approaches to calculate metal criteria for aquatic life. I kind of touched on the advantages of equations versus software for calculating criteria, and they're listed here again. I'll just reiterate them quickly. Equations are transparent. They're familiar to folks. They can be readily and easily incorporated into water quality standards. Software is pretty complex to implement and incorporate into water quality standards. Equations don't require training or special access to software. And equations also avoids potential issues with different versions of that software. And finally, expressing site-specific water quality criteria as equations based on 3 parameters really does streamline how we monitor and how we would assess copper, because we're focusing on the 3 parameters that are really controlling the copper criteria values. So wrapping up here with this slide, I think I have one more slide after this. For recommendations to the commission, what we would recommend for spatial boundaries for the site-specific water quality criteria is shown here in this figure, and it's surface waters within the Pajarito Plateau watershed. I want to clarify from Commissioner Brancard, I think you had some questions previously. I want to clarify that we're not creating a new segment of water bodies within NMAC. We're just defining part of the process for developing site-specific criteria is defining the boundary for the site, defining the boundary for which the site-specific criteria would apply. So the proposed boundary in this case is essentially the surface waters from which we collected the samples and developed the equations, the site-specific water quality criteria equations. And so that boundary is kind of listed here in italic fonts from Guaje Canyon in the north to Rito de los Frijoles watershed in the south, from their headwaters to their confluence with the Rio Grande. And the final recommendation to the commission is I would recommend the adoption of the proposed site-specific water quality criteria, these equations, as they are based on the best available science, current EPA recommendations, and were really developed based on a robust site-specific study that's outlined in the demonstration report, as well as a robust site-specific water quality data set. That concludes my slides, and I thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. In light of some of the questioning that we received this morning, I just wanted to go over a couple of points that were covered in your slides. So I think the commission has raised questions about the requirement under 10F2 that site-specific criteria must fully protect the designated uses to which it will apply. Can you just reiterate for the commission what the designated use for which this site-specific copper criteria will apply?
Yes, the site-specific water quality criteria would only apply to the aquatic life use.
And is the proposal that's presented in this petition fully protective of that designated aquatic life use for surface waters within the Pajarito Plateau?
Yes, being based on the best available science and current EPA recommendations, the proposed site-specific water quality criteria would be fully protective of aquatic life uses to which they would apply.
And are there other designated uses for Pajarito Plateau stream segments?
Yes, there are.
And does the adoption of a site-specific water quality criteria for copper impact any of those other designated uses?
No, it would not.
And can you explain to the commission why it has no impact on other designated uses for waters within the Pajarito Plateau?
Yeah, so again, the proposal is for site-specific water quality criteria to protect just the aquatic life uses. Other designated uses on the plateau have their own copper criteria to protect that designated use. So for example, there's drinking water supply would be an example of a designated use. There's a different copper criteria to protect that designated use. But we're not proposing any changes to that drinking water supply criteria. This proposal is limited in scope to just the aquatic life use for copper.
So when the commission is evaluating whether or not this particular proposal satisfies that legal requirement under 10F2, do they need only look at the aquatic life designated use and whether this change to the site-specific water quality standard for copper applicable to that use continues to be protective?
That's correct. In that context, the primary concern would be, does the proposed amendments protect the designated use to which it applies? And so, in other words, is what we're proposing going to protect aquatic life uses?
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Madam Hearing Officer, that concludes our presentation of Mr. Fulton's testimony. We would tender him for questioning and examination.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton and Ms. Olson. Ms. Scott, do you have questions of Mr. Fulton? All right. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Mr. Fulton?
I do not have questions for Mr. Fulton. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll start on this side this time. Commissioner Vihel.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Brinkert.
Sorry. I'm looking at the language proposed 900 L4. Yeah, I mean, in the first paragraph there, it doesn't mention anything about aquatic life. I see the two examples in A and B are both aquatic life. There's no mention that this is limited to aquatic life. Just,
I think
just try to be as clear as possible about what exactly you're proposing would be helpful. That's all.
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Brinkert. I believe, so subsection 4 or footnote 4 there, copper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters. The first part there is describing the kind of the geographic region to which the criteria would apply. And then notes A and B are, I think the intent there is to specify it's acute aquatic life criteria and it provides the equation, and then chronic aquatic life criteria, and the equation there is provided.
So this would apply, those two equations would apply to all of the various subcategories of aquatic life that are listed above under H.
those two equations would apply to the subcategories of aquatic life uses that exist within the Pajarito Plateau.
Right, but there's a number of different aquatic life uses. I assume that these equations would apply to all of them.
Well, so they would apply according to the subcategory of aquatic life use. So, for example, in ephemeral surface waters, only the acute criteria apply. And so that would be, ephemeral waters would be like a limited aquatic life use. That specifies acute only criteria. So in such instances, the acute criteria would apply to those particular waters.
Okay. And I don't know, again, I asked the previous witness about this and still scratching my head about it, is looking down into subsection J. The change at the bottom of the table there, J2. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
change,
Commissioner.
So it says where the letter A is indicated in the cell, the criteria and hardness is eliminated and replaced with based on receiving water characteristics. But as I look at the table above, A is used for a number of different metals where there are still hardness criteria, right?
Correct. And Commissioner, just to clarify, are you reviewing or do you have in front of you the supplement to our petition? Are you looking at the red line amendments?
Yeah, I'm looking at the red line amendments that's in your exhibits here.
Okay. And so I think the intent there, and in that 2A states, and just again, where the letter A is indicated in a cell, the criterion is based on receiving water characteristics and can be referenced in subsection I of 20.6.4.900. And so, and then we end up with that letter A, to your point, being present for elements other than just copper.
Right, other metals.
Other metals, yeah. And so I think the intent there is that hardness is a receiving water characteristic, as is pH DOC, and the parameters that we require, hardness, pH DOC. So I think the intent here is that for metals, the numeric value of the criteria for those metals are calculated based on a receiving water body characteristic, which could include hardness for waters that are not on the Pajarito Plateau for copper, but for copper, the receiving water characteristics would include those three parameters.
Okay, and where are the receiving water characteristics set forth?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you repeat that question?
Well, the language that you're proposing to add is the phrase receiving water characteristics. And then it says, and can be referenced in subsection I of section 900. So where are the receiving water characteristics in subsection I of section 900?
So in subsection I of 900, those subsection I is providing for the hardness-based metals criteria. Subsection I is providing the equations, the hardness-based equations. And then further down in subsection I for the Pajarito Plateau, it's providing the equations and for the three parameters in addition to the hardness.
Okay, so if I understand what you're saying, and maybe I'm taking a leap here, that the phrase receiving water characteristics includes the hardness criteria combined with the additional Pareto copper criteria. That would be what you would call receiving water characteristic.
Correct. So for surface waters outside of the Pareto plateau, hardness would be the receiving water characteristic for the metals. And then within the Pareto plateau for copper, the receiving water body characteristics would be those three parameters.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No questions.
Okay, Chair Thompson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your work. Did you write, are you the principal author of the Windward report?
Yes, I am, Chairman Thompson.
Thank you. It's a very nice piece of work, and it appears about 5 different places in the written testimony, and I've become quite familiar with it. So, in table 5-3 of the Windward report, which I think is on page 36, it's a table that shows the statistical correlation with the different parameters.
Yep.
You make the point, and the table makes the point, that alkalinity is a more important parameter in the linear regression than DOC. So my question is, why was alkalinity not included in the model, but DOC was?
I think these are the Spearman correlation. Well, thank you for the question first, Chairman. And these are Spearman correlation analyses. And so these are kind of univariate, just comparing two variables in this case to one another. I think when you take it to an MLR, a multivariate step, alkalinity ended up not being as a significant contributor as DOC to the BLM-based criteria. And furthermore, pH and alkalinity are highly correlated with one another. And so pH is accounting for also the effect of alkalinity.
Yeah. Well, actually, pH and alkalinity can be shown to be quite independent of one another, but that's another conversation. Particularly in the really soft waters that they have up in some of these igneous watersheds. Okay. So the Spearman is just the bivariate comparison, whereas the multi-linear regression, multiple variable linear regression showed that DOC is more important.
That's correct, Commissioner or Chairman Thompson. And I would also add, I agree with your comment there that pH and alkalinity can diverge from one another.
I'm an alkalinity nerd.
I think for this particular data set, however, they were highly correlated with one another, which, as you probably know, creates an issue to incorporate multiple variables that are correlated with one another.
Sure. Yeah, and I agree. Since you're in one watershed, so they are correlated. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So the proposed standard is intended to protect invertebrates and invertebrate species, but not plant species, algae or macroinvertebrates or anything like that. I mean, macrophytes.
Thank you again for the question, Chairman Thompson. The criteria will protect all aquatic life, including aquatic plants. And so again, obviously they're developed to replicate the BLM software criteria. And so when EPA develops criteria for aquatic life, including the BLM software for copper, there's an evaluation to ensure that any numeric criteria developed for the copper BLM in this case, would also protect, although it's most directly, the calculations are most directly focused on aquatic invertebrates and fish, there's a demonstration that those criteria would also be protective of aquatic plants.
Thank you. I scanned the EPA 2007 report, but I just ran out of time. So there is some protection against the plants. That's good. Thank you. Because some plant species are especially sensitive to copper, although I created a spreadsheet and the copper concentrations predicted by this model for the water in the Pajarito plant plateau are quite low. So DOC is used as a surrogate for humic acid. Is that the intent?
It's used as a surrogate for dissolved organic matter. So organic material that's dissolved in the water. Humic acid is a fraction of the total amount of dissolved organic matter in the water.
But most organic matter has very little complexing ability. Isn't that true?
I would say that it depends on the composition of the organic matter, and that it kind of depends on the definition of very little complexity and which metal we're talking about. And what we're getting towards is the affinity of a given organic matter to bind with copper, in this example. And so the empirical data that went into developing EPA's copper BLM show that even pretty low concentrations of dissolved organic carbon, using that as a surrogate for dissolved organic material, has a strong affinity for copper binding. And that's borne out and proved out in empirical toxicity studies where they evaluate the toxicity of copper at varying concentrations of dissolved organic carbon.
Okay, I'll accept that. My problem is that, and I'm not all that familiar with the protocols that Surface Water Quality Bureau uses in their assessments, but collecting samples for DOC and analyzing it is somewhat challenging and a little bit expensive. It requires special sample vials, no headspace present, and things like that. And so, in the perfect world, we use a surrogate for DOC, but your work is pretty convincing. Okay, let me go to my last line of questioning. See if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. So I celebrate the fact that I'm one of the last licensed engineers in the state of New Mexico that knows how to use a slide rule. So I think in terms of three significant figures. And when you give me an equation with 5 significant figures, I think that's what it had, 22.914, that implies confidence that I don't think is justified either in the BLM or in the individual toxicity tests or in the regression. So I would ask if you think that the proposed standard would be weakened if we stuck to 3 significant figures.
Chairman Thompson, I really appreciate that question. The reason for sticking with the number of significant digits that we did for criteria purposes is built into EPA's original guidelines for calculating numeric criteria for aquatic life. And that's why I kind of carried it forward through the development of these equations. But I would not disagree with you that would it be unjustified to change the number of significant digits.
one of the things that I did do was I looked at the regression curves in the 2007 EPA guidance. And, there's a lot of scatter. When they're coming up with R squareds of 0.7, 0.8, 0.9. And when you have that much scatter, I don't think 5 significant figures is justified. I also created a spreadsheet and ran them, several sample calculations with 3 significant figures instead of 2. And the difference is about 3%, which again, we're comparing a BLM, which is a statistical model, with a MLR, which is another statistical model. And I think 3% is probably way more accurate than the original data justified. So I like the work you did. I would encourage the commission to think in terms of 3 significant figures instead of 5. But thank you. Nice piece of work.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Fulton. Thank you for your testimony today. My line of questioning is going to be a little bit broader in scope than my colleague to the right. And if my questions get outside the scope of your testimony, I'm sure that Ms. Olson will object accordingly. So with that laid out, if I heard you correct, you provided testimony at the prior triennial review, or you were at or attended the triennial review. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Dominguez.
So you probably recall there was some point in time where there was a fair amount of discussion about best available science and what constitutes best available science. The copper criteria that's being proposed in this petition, in your professional opinion, is this the best available science?
Yes, in my best professional opinion, the proposal in front of the commission today, site-specific water quality criteria for copper, was developed and reflects the best available science.
Okay, thank you. Dr. White talked about, there was 18 plus years of very robust data sets that were used to arrive at what you've arrived at. So is the 2007 EPA guidance best suited for site-specific criteria development, partially due to just the sheer volume of data that's necessary to actually get to an endpoint?
That's a really good question. I think one could make that argument or come to that conclusion. There's a number of sites that probably have non-detect copper, and so copper is just no concern. And so, why would that particular site want to spend all the resources that is required in copper BLM? And it's, as you saw today, it takes effort to collect the data necessary to evaluate the BLM and to analyze the data necessary to evaluate the BLM. Conversely, other states have fully adopted the BLM, but that's a complex process because it's, for some of the reasons I mentioned in my testimony, it's a complex piece of software. Adopted software creates challenges, and fully adopting the complex software requires pretty robust implementation guidance, statewide implementation guidance. And so in that regard, I do feel like there is probably something to be said for adopting it on a segment specific basis.
Okay, Thank you for laying a foundation to my next question. So if a state was going to look at adopting something statewide, is it more realistic to utilize the software versus developing the equations like you have for these specific sites?
Well, as you saw today, there's a lot of work that went into developing those equations. However, there's obvious benefit to it because of the reasons I mentioned. It's fewer parameters. It's very transparent to look at an equation. So I could see, the appeal for statewide adoption of similar equations. However, I think that other states have shown that the software can effectively be adopted statewide. I think the question of adopting the software statewide, just, if you would, that could be streamlined by making assumptions for missing parameters, for example. What does a site would do if they don't have DOC or a given cation or anion, and would they use some reference value? So I think it's entirely possible to do both. I think that just adopting the software version statewide requires a different set of analyses and uncertainties than we faced for the plateau, given the robustness and the availability of data that we had for the plateau.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And part of where this line of questioning is coming from is, of course, EPA came out with this around 2007. That was probably about the time I started on this commission, and I've sat through more triennial reviews than I care to. And there's a common thread through all of them is that the amount of resources that it takes to adopt the 2007 guidance from EPA, the state has never really had those resources to do that. But it's been a common theme up until the point where you guys have petitioned for the site specific. My hat's off to the petitioners for the amount of work that went into this site specific, because I think we have to move towards the best science available. I think that's what the public expects this commission to do for protection of waters, is to utilize the best science available. So I applaud the effort in moving that direction, realizing this is a fairly small step in the big scheme of things statewide, but I think it's a proper step. So thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Vice Chair Zemlich.
Thank you for your testimony. Cleared up a lot of my questions. The one remaining is sort of along the lines of what my colleagues have asked is, do you have a sense for what sort of threshold there may be in terms of the amount of data required to develop these site-specific thresholds for other locations within the state?
Yeah, good question. And thank you, Commissioner, for the question. At a minimum, anytime we talk about site-specific water quality criteria, generally speaking, the objective is to capture the variation that may be expected within a given water body. That variation is, could be seasonal. It could be related to different types of flows, so base flow and high flow. And so as a general rule of thumb, you want to capture multiple seasons for a given location. Providing a particular number of samples, I think, is difficult to do without knowing how big of a site are we talking about? Is it one particular stream or is it a big watershed? But as a general position, I would encourage anyone evaluating site-specific criteria to capture seasonal variability in any variability that might be expected associated with that particular site.
And thank you. One thing that you didn't mention, which I guess I just would throw out here too, is that because of the period of sample collection, you also have incorporated, post-fire response too, which I think all across New Mexico where we don't have those kinds of data sets. So just wanted to point that out and say, for that alone, it's very interesting.
Yeah, great point. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moander.
After that thorough examination, I don't have anything to ask you. Thank you again for your time today.
Okay, let's go to the platform. Commissioner Fry.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Fulton, and thanks for all the work that you and your team have put into this. This is just impressive. I wanted to ask you, you brought up figure 5-1 on in your PowerPoint with the I was just curious, Jemez River only shows up in 2017, and I don't know if because there's so little data on the other years, or was that just 1 year that Jemez was looked at? And I also don't see it on the map.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. I'm just pulling up figure 5-1 in the report so I can make sure I'm responsive to your question. And just so I understand, the question is, why is there so few data points for the Jemez River?
Yeah, was it just like 1 year that they actually looked at it, and what would be the reasoning?
Yeah, I believe that location, and I'm trying to refer myself to the map of sampling locations. I believe that location is not necessarily part of some of the routine monitoring that's required under their existing regulatory programs. And so that's why it likely showed up as just that particular year.
Yeah, it honestly, I mean, I don't see it on the map, so it almost seems like, I don't know, they're using it as a control or something. I don't know. Okay. I also, looking at figure 5-6, that's where you have the acute copper criteria against hardness, pH, and DOC.
Yes.
So you talked a little bit about the bottom set of figures. And I'm wondering if you can clarify, well, if you can relate that to, and I'm looking at my other computer screen, otherwise I wouldn't be able to have all of this up to look at. In the proposed changes, let's see, it's I-4, it states, in waters that contain DOC concentrations greater than 29.7 milligrams per liter, a value of 29.7 milligrams per liter shall be used in the equation. And same thing for hardness. There's a upper limit of 207 milligrams per liter for use in the equations. Is that based on that figure? Because It almost looks like it is.
Oh, thank you for the question. That's a great question. Those limits specified in the proposed amendments, those were the maximum values from which we were able to develop those equations. And so we, and I walked through the process. We calculated BLM software criteria, and then we developed these MLR models. And so those models were developed over a particular range of water chemistries and validated over that same range. And so those values that you just referred to are the maximum values by which we developed and validated the equations. And so it's a conservative step to avoid extrapolating a model beyond the range from which you developed it.
So what happens if your water exceeds, I mean, it seems like a lot of New Mexico water, I don't know the area in question very well, but it seems like a lot of New Mexico waters would be an exceedance of the hardness of 207 milligrams per liter. Is that limit set for the area, or could that be applied to any waters above that hardness level?
No, I thank you again for the question. I think that is the limit to this particular area for this proposal. And as I discussed, as we increase hardness, it reduces toxicity. So increase in the hardness results in greater criteria. If you had a particular water that had hardness greater than 207, which was the upper limit of our data set, we're not recommending applying our model to such waters. And so we're recommending you would cap it at 207, much like you do the current hardness-based criteria at 400, because we have not validated the performance of that model above that range.
And would that also, again, going back to, what is it, figure 5-6, oh shoot, I just lost it. You see above a hardness of 200, you see more of a divergence between the two methods of calculating it. Would that have something to do with setting that limit there?
Yeah, I think that, that divergence there that you're referring to, I mean, that's where it diverges is outside of kind of that range that I'm describing. It's outside of that site-specific chemistry range that we use to develop the model.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Commissioner Harms, any questions?
Hi there, thank you. I do have a couple questions, mostly on slides 14 and 15 of the presentation. The first one, slide 14, is really just my curiosity, but it tags on to another question that was asked on the variability. It says equations were demonstrated to accurately calculate BLM-based criteria across the range of surface water conditions. Can you give us a sense, this is kind of an open-ended question, but can you give us a sense of the intra-annual versus inter-annual changes and variability that you see in those conditions?
I thank you for the question. I can give a general sense and some general examples. I mean, the variability that we see across the conditions. I mean, one example would be in that bar chart that's presented, also in the slides. There was one year, for example, where no samples were collected because it was a high drought year, and so that would have been 2012. If you look at slide 15, you can kind of see the distribution of samples collected across the watersheds over the years. In 2012, we don't have any samples. And 2012 was a high drought year. And so, conversely, comparing that to 2015, where we have a substantial number of samples, likely due to it just be containing more precipitation events and therefore more surface water samples collected. Speaking more specifically in terms of the inter versus intra-annual variability in water chemistry, I think it's difficult to get into to provide too many specifics without having all the
just on the three that were driving forces, so the pH, the DOC, and the hardness. Would that help? Those are kind of the factors that I'm most curious about, and how much those change over time and between years.
Yeah, I think they they vary to a reasonable degree over time, just depending on the season that we're in. For example, is it base flow in a perennial stream, or is it are we in a monsoonal season? And so I think the extent and the magnitude of that variation over the years just is somewhat flow and seasonal and conditional dependent, but I would say also it also varies spatially across the watershed depending on a given sub-watershed's characteristics.
Okay, thank you. Staying on slide 15, and I'm sorry if this was in the materials and I just didn't see it, but the BLM model was basically created with data from 2005 to 2019, which is a great long data set. Was there data taken after 2019, and would the MLR equations be updated accordingly in the future?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And so the reason that the data were the proposed amendments were developed utilizing data from 2005 to 2019 is because, as you heard from Dr. White's testimony, we had a lengthy public outreach process. So this has been a multi-year process, and so we sort of started that process, and we had to draw the line somewhere for how much data is enough data, and we started the process back then, and so that's why we utilized the data up through 2019. The answer to the second part of your question, are data still collected, post 2019? And the answer is yes, data are still collected pursuant to various regulatory programs and permits that exist on the plateau. Will the MLR equations be updated with additional data? No, that's not the intent. Because the MLR equations were developed with such a robust data set that we've kind of captured just the range of conditions that one could reasonably expect to occur on the plateau. And that's indicated several times in the demonstration report that I think this is one of the more robust applications of BLM data that exist out there. And I would not recommend continually updating it, over a specified time period based on additional data.
Okay, great. That makes sense. I guess from a regulatory perspective, it's what I'm understanding is this is sort of a set and forget situation. Is that your understanding too? With the MLR equations, adopting these?
Yeah, I think that from a regulatory perspective that, we've got to ask the question, was it developed, is it scientifically defensible? I think the answer is yes. And so we feel confident that the equations are defensible and appropriate for the plateau. And then moving forward, those are the equations that can be in place for future assessments of copper and its protectiveness in the Pajarito Plateau surface waters.
Okay, so I'm just thinking ahead, and maybe it's too far ahead, but in 15, 20 years, say drought conditions change with climate, and EPA says, hey, we need to take a look at this, is there any mechanism to revise the equations?
To my knowledge, as the regulations currently stand, that mechanism would be going through another rulemaking to change it, because this is if adopted, these would be codified in surface water quality standards. And if, in using your example, 15, 20 years from now, we wanted to change them, then we're talking about changing water quality standards, which would require rulemaking.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. My last question had to do with, and it was more just out of curiosity, looking at slide 15, the natural background point in White Rock. I just wanted to know a little more information about how that was chosen, because I was trying to figure out where exactly it was, and it was upstream potentially, or uphill from the drainage to the south. But why that one point? Was it just convenient because it was in White Rock, and why aren't there other downstream points? Can you just enlighten us on the selection of that location for the natural background?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would actually have to maybe confer with my colleague Dr. White, or maybe even defer to her, as I just was not directly involved with the selection of particular surface water locations going back then. So I apologize, but I don't know that I'm able to give you a direct and accurate answer on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look back at the information, see if I can find it. That is all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Olson. Oh, Chair Thompson.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on questions from Commissioner Fry. I flagged it and forgot to ask. On the red line markup, 20.64.900.I.4. This is the copper criteria. And looking at nits again, it states that DOC in units of milligrams per liter carbon, and when the concentration is greater than 29.7 milligrams per liter, let's change that to 30. There is no measurable difference between 29.7 and 30. That's going to be an amendment I suggest when we consider the final document. Let me ask first, will that have any effect on the standard, any measurable effect on the standard, changing from 29.7 to 30?
No significant impact on the numeric value of the standard. Yeah, 0.3 milligrams per liter DOC.
Actually, my question wasn't significant, it was measurable. Would it be possible to measure the difference? I'll ask it. Would it be possible to measure the difference between 29.7 and 30 and the effects?
Well, I think 29.7 versus 30 is within the measurement error of the analytical method itself.
Thank you.
Of the analytical method itself.
I agree. Thank you. And then an editorial, that same sentence, it says in waters that contain DOC concentrations greater than 29.7, value of 29.7 shall be used in the equation. I think that should be in the following equations.
I would agree.
Thank you. No question.
Okay. Ms. Olson, do you have any redirect?
I do not have any redirect, Madam Hearing Officer, and I believe that concludes our case.
Thank you very much.
Officer,
Oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry. In light of what the chair was asking, could I have a follow-up as well?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. Fulton, as I recall, the EPA, well, and of course the NMED have been looking over these suggested changes and going through your report. What would be, do you think that such changes, just in terms of significant figures, would the EPA, would you want to go back to the EPA to have them review those changes? What's your thought?
Thank you for the question. And just to be clear, you're referring to the changes on the significant figures?
Yes, that Chair Thompson was just discussing, you know, 20 instead of 29.7 using 30.
To me, I don't think that would warrant or be necessary to trigger a re-review with EPA. I'd also be curious to hear what the department thinks, but in my opinion, that is not substantive or not significant enough to trigger a re-review with EPA. On the other significant figure question, when it comes to a criteria value, I understand Chairman Thompson's comments there, absolutely. But if we're speaking about significant digits or a criteria, my recommendation would be to leave as is, only because that would be something that EPA would comment on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. No more questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olson and Mr. Fulton. I think we need a short break. Let's come back at 3. It's now 10 of 3. Let's come back at 3 and we'll hear from Mr. Baca. Let's come back from the break, please. Okay, so we are back after a short break, and for important reasons, one of our council participating today has to be on break from 3:45 till 4:15, and as we will be taking another break, a longer break then, but let's see what we can accomplish here in 45 minutes. Ms. Scott.
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, and members of the commission, I'd like to call NMED's technical witness. Please state and spell your full name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, and members of the commission. My name is Michael Baca. That's Michael, and Baca, Eaca.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed for the New Mexico Environment Department.
And how long have you worked for NMED?
I have worked for the department since February of 2005 in the environmental health, air quality, and now with the Surface Water Quality Bureau.
And what is your current role?
I'm part of the Monitoring, Assessment, and Standards section, or MAS, and serve as the Standards and Outreach Team Supervisor and the Water Quality Standards Coordinator for the department.
What are your current job duties?
In this position, I lead the development, review, and revision and maintenance of surface water quality standards and supervise a staff of 4, 2 water quality standard scientists, our quality assurance officer, and our volunteer monitoring and outreach specialist.
Please describe your educational qualifications.
I graduated in 2004 with a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry from Carleton College.
Did you submit a copy of your resume as NMED Exhibit 2 in this matter?
I did.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 2?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as your resume?
I do.
Is it a true and correct copy of your resume?
It is.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 2.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 2 is admitted.
Did you submit written direct testimony as NMED Exhibit 1 in this matter?
I did.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document is your submitted written direct technical testimony?
Yes, I do.
Was your written testimony drafted by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Did you submit written rebuttal testimony in this matter?
No, I did not.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your written direct testimony?
Yes, I do. I have a couple of, I have some additional information and exhibits regarding public notice. Otherwise, I do not.
Do you adopt the remainder of your written direct testimony here today?
I do.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 1.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 1 is admitted.
You cited and attached several exhibits to your written technical testimony, and we'll work through those one at a time. Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 5?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as EPA 1995 updates, water quality criteria documents for the protection of aquatic life and ambient water?
Yes.
And what is the relevance of including this document into the record?
This document is the basis for New Mexico's current copper hardness water quality criteria.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 5.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 6?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as EPA Aquatic Life Ambient Freshwater Quality Criteria Copper 2007 revision?
I do.
And what is the relevance of including this document into the record?
This is just a fact sheet of the 2007 recommended copper criteria. This provides some very easily digestible information regarding copper's background and EPA's recommendation to use the BLM in developing copper criteria.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 6.
I'll pause for objections. Exhibit 6 is admitted.
Do you have before you what's been identified as NMED Exhibit 7?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as EPA Aquatic Life Ambient Freshwater Quality Criteria Copper?
I do.
And what is the relevance of including this document in the record?
This is the latest recommendation from EPA for copper criteria development, and this is the BLM recommendation.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 7.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 7 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as EPA Metals Cooperative Research and Development Agreement, or CRADA, Phase 1 report?
I do.
And what is the relevance of including this document in the record?
This document identifies EPA's intent to develop MLR equations or MLR-based equations for metals criteria in the future. So it kind of sets us up to say where the science is leading and where EPA is heading for recommended criteria development for metals.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 8.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 8 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 9?
I do.
And do you recognize that document as WQCC 24-31 NMED provide to the public documentation?
I do.
And what's the relevance of including this document in the record?
This shows some of the actions that the department took to help the commission provide public notice to the public.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 9.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 9 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 10?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as WQCC 24-31 NMED Public Notice Documentation?
I do.
And what's the relevance of including this document in the record?
This demonstrates some of the additional actions that the department took to provide public notice in this matter.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 10.
Pause for objections. Exhibit 10 is admitted.
And do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 11?
I do.
And do you recognize that document as the affidavit of publication for the New Mexico Register?
I do.
And what's the relevance of including this in the record?
This shows that public notice was published in the New Mexico Register on a certain date.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 11.
Pause for objections. Exhibit 11 is admitted.
We also have 3 additional exhibits to introduce today, which have been previously circulated to all parties, to the hearing officer, and to the commission administrator. Do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 12?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as the WQCC public notice of rescheduled public hearing for this matter in English and Spanish?
Yes, I do.
And what is the relevance of including this in the record?
This provides the content of the public notice that was posted and published in the various locations.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 12.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 12 is admitted.
Do you have before you what has been identified as Exhibit 13?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as the WQCC public notice of rescheduled public hearing for this matter in both English and Spanish as published in the New Mexico Register?
Yes, I have. Yes, I do.
And what is the relevance of including this in the record?
This shows that the public notice was published in the New Mexico Register, and it provides the content of that notice that was published.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 13.
Pause for objections. 13 is admitted.
And lastly, do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 14?
I do.
Do you recognize that document as the affidavit of publication for the Los Alamos Daily Post of the WQCC public notice of rescheduled public hearing?
I do.
And what is the relevance of including this in the record?
This shows that public notice was published in a newspaper of local circulation.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 14.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 14 is admitted.
Just want to make sure I hit all of those. I might have, let me, just for purposes of clarifying, to go back to Exhibit 11. I don't think I completely titled that. Actually, I might want to catch something. Let me see what we filed really quickly. I want to make sure we have the affidavit of another affidavit of publication. I'm only showing a one. Is that what we filed? Is it 2? Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go back and just change how I worded that, just to be clear. Okay, so do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 11?
I do.
And do you recognize that as the document, that document as the affidavit of publication for both the Albuquerque Journal and for the New Mexico Register?
I do.
And what is the relevance of including both of these in the record?
This shows that notice was published in the Albuquerque Journal as well as the New Mexico Register. It was published in those newspapers in October.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED again moves to admit NMED Exhibit 11.
Pausing for objections. Exhibit 11 is admitted.
Okay, and then I have 2 copies of each of those pre-marked NMED exhibits, 12, 13, and 14 for the commission and for the hearing officer.
Thank you. You
Can I
can bring
both?
them up.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Can you provide a summary of your testimony, starting with providing some regulatory context?
Sure. My testimony will provide some background on the framework for water quality standards, including site-specific criteria, outline the administrative processes and procedures for standards amendments, and describe our collaboration and coordination efforts with the petitioners to review their criteria development proposal and stakeholder engagement plans, and as well to provide public notice of the rulemaking hearing. State and federal statutes and regulations outline the requirements and regulatory framework for water quality standards and authorize states to adopt standards to protect public health or welfare, enhance water quality, and serve the purposes of the laws. The goal of the Federal Clean Water Act, as stated in Section 101A2, is to provide, wherever attainable, water quality for the protection and propagation of fish, shellfish, and wildlife, and for the recreation in and on the water. Federal regulations direct states to set designated uses and criteria to protect those uses consistent with this goal. New Mexico's water quality standards are codified at 20.6.4 NMAC, and the designated uses as set forth in Section 900 include fish culture, public water supply, industrial water supply, and domestic water supply, irrigation and irrigation storage, primary and secondary contact, livestock watering, wildlife habitat, and aquatic life. The standards establish water quality criteria that protect the designated uses of a water body, and these can be general narrative criteria that apply to all waters, or these can be numeric criteria that apply to a specific designated use or water quality segment. New Mexico's current dissolved copper criteria are based on the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's, or EPA's, 1995 hardness-based water quality criteria documents. In 2007, EPA updated their copper criteria recommendations to use a biotic ligand model, or BLM. The copper BLM is a metal bioavailability model that requires 10 water quality input parameters to predict copper toxicity and calculate applicable criteria based on this toxicity. New Mexico has not adopted the copper BLM approach during prior triennial reviews due to programmatic constraints with limited staff and funding that prohibits consistent, reliable, and concurrent data collection of sufficient quality for use in our programs. The BLM requires concurrent monitoring or a database of default values based on high-quality historical monitoring data. The standards allow any person to petition the Commission to adopt, amend, or repeal a water quality standard, including site-specific criteria. The petition must, 1, identify the specific waters to which the site-specific criteria would apply, explain the rationale for proposing the site-specific criteria, describe the stakeholder engagement process, present and respond to the public input received, and the petition must present and justify the derivation of the proposed site-specific criteria. In addition, the derivation of site-specific criteria must be based on scientifically defensible methods, Clean Water Act Section 304A guidance, or modified 304A guidance to reflect site-specific conditions. The Commission may adopt site-specific water quality criteria based on relevant site-specific conditions like physical, biological, or chemical characteristics at a site that alter the toxicity, bioavailability, or bioaccumulation of the chemical to fully protect the designated use to which it applies. The petitioners streamlined EPA's BLM approach to propose multiple linear regression or MLR equations with pH, dissolved organic carbon or DOC, and hardness input values to generate applicable acute and chronic criteria equations. This approach is consistent with EPA's intention to develop and propose MLR models for 8 metals using pH, DOC, and hardness input values as the main drivers for criteria development. NMED supports the scientific basis behind EPA's proposed MLR approach and will assess the feasibility of adoption and implementation in New Mexico after EPA issues a final report and recommendation. Rulemaking before the Commission begins when a person files a written petition and statement of reasons to adopt, amend, or repeal a regulation in accordance with 20.1.6.200 NMAC. If the Commission grants a hearing, notice of the rulemaking must be provided to the public in accordance with state statute and regulation. The agency must distribute rulemaking information and provide public notice by publishing in the newspaper and the New Mexico Register, posting information on agency websites, and contacting interested and affected parties. The public notice of rulemaking must include the subject, a summary, and the purpose of the proposed rule, the legal authority for the rule and its adoption, the technical basis for the proposed rule and how to find technical information, governing laws of procedure, and information on how to present info and participate in the hearing, examine documents, and download information. Although a work plan is not required for a site-specific criteria demonstration pursuant to 20.6.4.10F NMAC, the department worked with the petitioners to discuss expectations, develop a common understanding, and coordinate timelines and resources. The department and EPA provided feedback and comments throughout the planning and technical demonstration development process. Based on this early engagement, an initial draft demonstration was developed and submitted to the department for review. NMED provided formal comments on the draft demonstration on March 31st, 2023. The petitioners addressed the comments in a subsequent draft demonstration in response to comments dated August 2023. Throughout the process, the petitioners solicited input from the department, EPA, stakeholders, and the general public, and they responded to all the input, feedback, and comments they received in their final demonstration report provided with their petition. The public notice for the hearing was drafted and published by the petitioners in the Albuquerque Journal and in the New Mexico Register. The content of the notice itself, which is the same version published in the New Mexico Register, are part of the updates I have to my written direct testimony. Those additional exhibits are NMED Exhibit 12 for the content of the notice in English and Spanish, NMED Exhibit 13 for the publication in the New Mexico Register. The petitioners also published notice in the Los Alamos Daily Post, which I am also presenting today as Exhibit 14, is the affidavit of publication from the Los Alamos Daily Post. The department assisted the petitioners and commission with notification requirements and provided rulemaking information to the public by posting the notice of rulemaking to the commission's website, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and at NMED's district and field offices. And we posted notice of rulemaking by sending emails to the public, sending emails with the public notice of rulemaking to the Surface Water Quality Bureau's listserv subscribers and to the Legislative Council services. Additionally, the department posted the public notice and rulemaking information on its event calendar, the Surface Water Quality Bureau's website, the NMED public notice website, and we created an entry on the department's public comment portal. In conclusion, Commission's regulations allow for the adoption of site-specific criteria based on relevant site-specific water body conditions and scientifically defensible methods when site-specific criteria fully protect the designated use. Adoption of site-specific water quality criteria does not change the designated use of the water body. The department and petitioners worked collaboratively on a work plan for stakeholder engagement and technical report development, and NMED considers the petitioners to have properly complied with the provisions of 20.6.4.10F NMAC for site-specific criteria. NMED recommends that the Commission adopt the proposed amendments. If the Commission so adopts the proposed amendments, the Surface Water Quality Bureau would submit the revised water quality standards as published in the New Mexico Register to EPA for formal review and final approval action under Section 303C of the Clean Water Act. And that concludes my testimony today.
And Mr. Baca is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Mr. Baca. Ms. Olson, do you have questions? No? All right. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions?
I have no questions for Mr. Baca today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Moander.
I do not have anything for the witness. Thank you.
Vice Chair Zemlik.
Thank you. I also do not have any questions at this time.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Chair Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Your testimony is very helpful. Let me follow up on Commissioner Dominguez's comments regarding the number of significant figures in the proposed model. Commissioner Dominguez thinks EPA would object to the reducing the number of significant figures from 5 to 3. Do you have any opinions or thoughts or experience with limited number of significant figures in a model?
I do not have significant experience with that. I do have experience with submitting things to EPA for review, and I think that the changing of the significant figures in the equations would create some difficulty in getting these approved. I think you would cost another thorough review of the equations, and I think another review would be warranted.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez, apparently I misrepresented his comments.
Yeah, Madam Hearing Officer, for the record, I've never stated that EPA would object to proposed revisions.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize for misunderstanding.
Okay, Commissioner Velasquez.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Branker.
No questions.
Commissioner Vehel.
No questions.
Onto the platform, Commissioner Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. I have a real quick question. Are you familiar with, in the petitioner's package, so of course I lost my place in there, dadgummit. They have the response to the, oh my goodness, let me see if I can find it here. There it is. Their response to Communities for Clean Water, they gave detailed responses. Are you familiar with the questions asked by the Communities for Clean Water and the responses from the petitioner?
I have read through this document.
Okay. Was NMED party to these comments and the responses throughout the procedure?
No, we have provided our formal comments in a separate enclosure. I believe they've provided that. So this was a separate, I think, effort by the petitioners to reach out to interested and affected parties, where they sent this copy after, once they received input from us, they sent this to interested parties for comment. So I believe
Okay.
they sent this, the demonstration that they sent to CCW or Communities for Clean Water was after they received input from NMAD and EPA.
Okay. But I think NMAD was somewhat involved in some of the public comments and the how can I put it, the effort to get that comment. Is that correct?
We were part of maybe helping to identify some of the stakeholders that this may need to go to. We were CC'd on the letter that was sent to the Communities for Clean Water. So I would say that we didn't solicit public input, but we were adjacent to the process.
Okay. But it sounds like from your testimony that you feel they did a good job or adequate job.
That is correct. I do believe that they addressed adequately all the comments that they received from CCW.
Okay, thank you very much. And as Chair Thompson said, I think your testimony is very valuable. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Harms.
I don't have any comments. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Ms. Scott, any redirect?
None. No redirect.
All right. Mr. Maxwell, would you like to make a statement?
I have no statement for the record in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any reason to do closing statements? No. Okay. Thank you. In that case, let me ask one more time in the event there's anyone in the room or on the platform who would like to offer non-technical public comment. I see no hands, fleshy or otherwise. In that case, let's close the evidentiary record. And Chair Thompson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, as was discussed at the beginning of the hearing, it was hoped that we would be able to reach a conclusion on this proposal today. So the first question before the commission, I think, is, do we want to request a report from the hearing officer? She didn't have anything else to do. Doesn't it? I see heads shaking. So,
Mr. Chair, I think we had the quorum present today. I am pretty confident we can discuss all this in an educated fashion.
okay. So we will not request a report from the hearing officer. Fine. Then I guess the next question is, are there any points that commissioners would like to discuss based on the testimony and the exhibits that were submitted? Commissioner Dominguez.
And I apologize, I didn't look at the scheduling order. So it's more of a question for the hearing officer. I'm assuming there was not built in anything as far as post-hearing reports from the parties. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Dominguez.
Just want to make sure.
Yes.
Commissioner Brancard.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any concerns with the scope of the rulemaking, and certainly don't have any concerns with the science because I don't understand it. But I am concerned about the language in the rule in terms of how it fits within our existing standards. And I just think we could have some better language to clarify exactly what's going on here. Like, I don't think that the petitioner has created this whole new concept of Barrito Plateau surface waters, which is not in our current rules. And I think we need to do a better job of defining what that is, because it does directly implicate things that are in our rules. Certain stream segments that are already defined, you know. And I don't want to change the scope of the proposal. I just want to make it clearer language so that anyone reading it who wasn't involved in the development of the rule would understand what they meant.
Could that be done simply by listing the specific stream segments in 20.6.4.900 I-4? It references copper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters. Could we put parentheses and they just list the specific stream segments? The specific stream segments.
Yeah, I've been trying to work with language here that would combine language that is in the proposal with references, say, to the segments. Or clearly defines what. And there's other concerns with the language in there too. Again, this whole thing about the aquatic criteria. It's like, well, if this applies to aquatic criteria, let's say it. Let's just be really explicit about what we're doing, okay, so that there's no confusion. I'm concerned about people like me who can't understand BLM from the BLM, and and then of course there are the lawyers out there who will pick this apart someday and go, I don't think it says that, So.
Mr. Chair, I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Brankert on this. And Commissioner Brankert, just to clarify as well, I think you were focused at one point on, it was J2A. Perhaps I'm misreading it, but I get the impression that that change will apply wholesale to everything above in the above table, or at least the single table. That's not necessarily what we're here to discuss today. So I can see where that could be extrapolated well beyond its intention.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I asked that question of both witnesses. None of them seemed bothered by their own language and the implications that I saw in it. So I don't know that I have a better answer to that than what they provided. I mean, others may have an opinion about that language. I know Commissioner Fry raised also questions about that phrase J2, but.
May I jump in here at this point?
Yes,
I
please
don't
do.
interrupt you, Commissioner Brankert. So I also had some thoughts about, I don't think there is probably as significant as what Commissioner Brankert is suggesting, but I had some thoughts about, like, in, what is it, J2A, the receiving water characteristics. Receiving water, I suppose if I had gotten into more of all of the material we were given, I might know better what that means, but I realized, I didn't know what receiving water meant. And I passed it by some of my colleagues in our aquifer mapping program, our water program here at the Bureau of Geology, and they didn't know what that meant either. So I would propose, just something so basic as putting that in the definitions let's see, where are the definitions? Oh shoot, I lost my place again. For the administrative code, include those in the definition. there's something as simple as irrigation defined in there. And I think most people have some idea of what irrigation is. And the fact that I have, you know, some people that I consider experts that I work with don't know what that is. I think it's important to define that. And then the other thing was, so the material provided, there's two EPA documents included. And I noticed in the code that neither of those are included in the references. And if we're making these kinds of changes, it seems to me that those should be included. So those are my 2 points. I'll let Commissioner Brankert continue to address his other concerns as well. I think he's got more experience with those.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Why don't I just throw something out? So in section 900 point I, it says they added the phrase excluding proper criteria for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters as described in paragraph 4 of this subsection. Again, we may get in trouble with the Record Center for just saying of this subsection. But anyway, I would put at this point a sentence in that follows. Pajarito Plateau surface waters, as used in 20.6.4 900 NMAC, means those classified and unclassified waters of the state, those are defined terms, within the Pajarito Plateau, and use the language that was already presented before, from Wahi Canyon in the north to the Rio de los Frijoles watershed in the south, from the headwaters to the confluence with the Rio Grande, and then including segments described in 20.6.4.121, 126, 127, 128, and 140 NMAC. So it's everything within that area. So including both the classified waters and the unclassified waters. And then specifically referring to the existing segments. So it's clear that we're modifying those existing segments. I think that was the intent of what was proposed. And so I just want to make it really clear what we're doing here. And then we don't have to discuss Pajarito Plateau, what it means in the next section. So that phrase can go out, I mean the from Wahi Canyon language can go out of the next I-4. I haven't changed to I-4 too. Okay, thoughts?
I think that's a good idea. You get clarity.
I agree. So that defines the boundaries, but it also identifies the stream segments.
Right. But we keep the boundaries that the parties have proposed. Fine, that's what they want. You know, but making sure what is covered, everything basically inside of that. You know, so it doesn't look like we're conflicting with the existing stream segment provision here. And we don't have to. I mean, as we had a discussion about whether to go back and modify 126, 120. You know, I mean, I think if we do this, we don't need to necessarily go back and modify those sections. Right, I agree.
Okay, further discussion? All right, based on Mr. Baca's response to my concern about the number of significant figures, I'm willing to concede we'll keep all 5 in there, which, and I disapprove of, but I will support. The one issue regarding significant figures, though, let's change that DOC limit from 29.7 to 30. And then my other issue was an editorial suggestion, again, in I.4 that we refer to both equations for acute and chronic toxicity. As is now, it only refers, it says the equation, it's not specific. So those are the two suggestions that I would argue in favor of. Commissioner Dominguez.
Okay, so questions for you on rounding that up. As currently presented, is there any negative outcome of using the equation as it's currently written?
To answer? Yeah, I will give you my answer and we can ask the experts.
We can't assume the record's closed.
Okay. I ran the calculation using 30 instead of 20.7 and the difference is in the rounding error. The difference is in the rounding error.
So my concern and where my thought process is this demonstration report's probably been one of the most extraordinarily comprehensive documents that's come to this commission. I think the 29.7 depicts the finite accuracy that the petitioners have tried to present to us. And I have concern with arbitrarily rounding figures because the courts see that as low-hanging fruit of we're not basing it on anything in the record. We're just making a change and the courts are fairly clear that that's arbitrary and capricious. It's just a subjective rounding. So I see no value in changing it. And I think that's just a principal approach of how the commission needs to take a look at that. And I would probably, it gives me pause of supporting the rule if modified.
Let me respond. Commissioner Fry, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. I agree with the commissioner and understanding that, let's see, what's the value? 20, that whether you use 29.7 or 30 is not a big difference, then why not stay with the 29.7 since the people who have done this work have made some decision on how many significant figures, how many decimal places should be used. I would agree that let's just stick with what they have since it's not going to make a huge difference.
Let me respond. I think using too many significant figures implies confidence in the results that are not justified by the experimental data or by the analyses. So if you look at virtually all of our drinking water standards, they're mostly one significant figure. Some of them are two significant figures, but none of them I am aware of are more than two significant figures. And again, these are based on toxicological and epidemiological studies. And they're doing a statistical analysis and they're rounding to one or two significant figures. I think we're in a position to do that with this standard. It's not even a number that is used. Well, it is used to calculate copper limit And I just was checking, it changes for the example that I used in my spreadsheet, it changes the number. So I did a calculation using 29.7, and it gives me a copper concentration of 67.9. I used 30, son of a gun. And it gives me 67.6. I mean, the difference is tiny, less than 1%. So I just am fundamentally opposed to using more significant figures than is justified by the studies.
So, Mr. Chair, to move on from this whirlpool, what's a tide pool? Let me just suggest that you take a separate vote on that particular amendment, since you've had a couple other commissioners speak up, and then maybe you can move on to different topics.
May I make one follow-up comment to that?
Yes.
Okay. So when you use either the aquatic life criteria, the acute aquatic life criteria equation or the chronic aquatic life criteria, how many decimal places should you result with? Knowing that, well, sorry, not decimal places, significant figures, knowing that one of their figures is 0.045, which I read as two significant figures. So to me, your calculations would come out to 68 either way. Thus, I don't see the importance of changing that. Again, because of all the work they've already put into this, they must have some reason for having three significant figures on that particular piece.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm looking back at the table above 4, so it'd be table 3, depicting hardness in milligrams per liter. There's some of those that are carried out to 3 decimal points. So are we going to round all of those up to? But I'm just saying it's utilized that way in other ways. If we're going to take that path, then we need to revise all of it.
Okay, so the hearing officers had suggested, let's move on. When we get to the point of a motion, perhaps we'll consider that separately.
Mr. Chair, I think you have Ms. Scott at the table.
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, I'm wondering if we could take a break. But then also want to, maybe before we take a break, and I don't want to interrupt the discussion, but would want to make a motion to reopen the record for the purpose of providing further context to address Commissioner Brankert's concerns and also to propose alternative language to the proposed amendment that we believe addresses Commissioner Brankert's concerns.
So I think it might be helpful to invite her to speak the alternative language so we can reflect on it over the break. Is that, or no?
We would potentially fine tune and polish that alternative language
over the break.
Over the break.
Okay. Sorry, trying to cut to the chase.
So let's take a break until, I believe it's 4:15. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are adjourned until then. Okay, we are back in session at 4:20. Where were we? Ms. Scott, you had some alternative language.
So she was making a motion to reopen the record. I think the commission needs to agree the record could be beneficially reopened.
Did she make the motion or does it have to be?
So I would say that the commission, and Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, the commission should vote to reopen the record. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that we voted to close the record, but I'll vote to reopen the record.
A second.
Okay. Roll call. Ms. Jones?
Okay, Commissioner Brightcott, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fry?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Harms?
Yes.
Commissioner Moender?
Yes.
Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. I can take it from here. Ms. Scott, appears you're presenting Ms. Lemon. Ms. Lemon, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And will you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Shelley Lemon, SHELLYLEMON.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Mexico Environment Department, Surface Water Quality Bureau.
And what's your current role?
I am the Surface Water Quality Bureau Chief.
And what are your current job duties?
My bureau administers and implements the Clean Water Act and Water Quality Act in the state of New Mexico.
And how long have you worked for NMED?
I've worked for NMED for a little over 20 years.
Okay, and did you submit a copy of your resume as NMED Exhibit 3 in this matter?
I did.
And do you have before you what has been identified as NMED Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document as your resume?
It is.
Is it a true and accurate copy of your resume?
It is.
Madam Hearing Officer, NMED moves to admit NMED Exhibit 3.
Pause for objections. Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Sorry, we submitted that as Exhibit 4.
Okay, Exhibit 4.
Okay, yeah, so just a correction, a clerical correction to move to admit NMED Exhibit 4. Okay, will you read our proposed alternative language and then provide some context as to how NMED and the parties think that this addresses Commissioner Brinkard's concerns?
Yes. So the parties are proposing amended language in 20.6.4.900I. In the first paragraph, starting with hardness dependent, acute and chronic aquatic life criteria for metals are calculated using the following equations. This is where the additional languages excluding aquatic life criteria for copper for the Pajarito Plateau surface waters in the Rio Grande Basin as described in paragraph 4 of this subsection. So we added aquatic life criteria for copper and a descriptor in the Rio Grande Basin to reference the Rio Grande Basin in section 100, which is where these waters apply. We did not want to include the classified segments that Commissioner Brankard suggested because those segments include additional waters besides Pajarito Plateau waters. They're more broad and we didn't want confusion related to that issue. So referencing Pajarito Plateau surface waters in the Rio Grande Basin, we thought was a good compromise to identify which basins these waters are found in. And then, as described in paragraph 4, we kept paragraph 4 the same. Proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters, same descriptor from Guaje Canyon in the north to Rio de Frijoles watershed in the south, from their headwaters to their confluence with the Rio Grande and all tributaries and stream there too. We kept everything. We are adding, as recommended by the commission, in waters that contain DOC concentrations greater than 29.7 milligrams per liter, a value of 29.7 milligrams per liter shall be used in the following equations. And then that clarifies that the following equations in A and B are to be used for these criteria.
And in the future, how might the department address clarifying in the specific stream segments that these criteria apply?
So I will, what am I trying to say? In the future, we're required to review our water quality standards every 3 years. It's known as the triennial review. It's a requirement of the Clean Water Act. It doesn't quite happen every 3 years. It's every 3 years from EPA approval. We are initiating the triennial review this calendar year in 2025. We intend to have a hearing in calendar year 2026, so we can address issues, add definitions as needed to help clarify with this proposal if that is needed for the triennial review to help clarify things. Adding definitions at this time is problematic because those definitions didn't go through the public participation process. And we have to make sure that that is followed in order to include any language or definitions that may be required to help implement these water quality standards. But that's definitely something we can look at in the upcoming triennial review.
Okay. Ms. Lemon is open for questions, further questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Do petitioners have any questions? Okay, Mr. Maxwell, do you have any questions of Ms. Lemon?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Moriander.
No questions.
Okay, Vice Chair Zenlik.
No questions.
Commissioner Dominguez.
More of a comment than a question. You hit on a point I had already thought about is if we're really close on workable language, the next opportunity to tweak bigger issues is the triennial. And if it's not going to be problematic between now and the triennial, it's a good step forward. So I agree with your point there.
Okay. Chair Thompson.
I agree also with Commissioner Dominguez, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Velasquez.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Brankard.
Thank you. I guess I just still think that opening line of subsection 4 is not really much of a sentence. But what is the objection to including the phrase classified and unclassified waters of the state?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brankard, are you referencing subsection 4 or paragraph 4, which starts with copper criteria for the Pajarito Plateau?
Yes, thank you. I mean, it starts with that phrase, then there's a colon, and then it goes from Waihi Canyon, and then it says at the end is as follows. I don't think that's a sentence. But I'm more concerned about the phrase that I offered of classified and unclassified waters.
I don't think the department has any objection to adding it in paragraph 4 to state proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau's surface waters.
Which includes all classified and unclassified waters from Waihi Canyon in the north.
Okay.
That way we know the segments are included. We don't have to name the segments then, okay? If you have a problem naming the segments, but anything that's within an existing segment would be included within this Pajarito Plateau phrase, this concept that we're coming up with here.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brankert, that's why we added in the Rio Grande Basin in the first part in 900I, because the Rio Grande Basin is in section 100. So both can work, I believe. So
yeah, no, I agree with in the Rio Grande Basin, but I think you're trying to cover waters that are within the existing segments, okay? But I think you're also covering, streams that are not classified, correct? Because you included section 98 earlier.
So Commissioner Brinker, does it make a difference that surface waters is already defined in the definitions? So proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters, and surface water has a very long definition, which includes tributaries, wetlands, man-made bodies of water.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think that would be fine. I mean, the assumption is that surface waters covers everything. So you could start that provision as saying, what is it? Criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface water, which
it says.
Which extends, right?
But I mean, that's what it already is proposed as. Right there.
I guess I don't have the latest version.
I'm going to give you this.
Right, but the words which extends are in here. You said which extends. Which I think would make it more of a sentence.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brinkert, the paragraph 4 was modeled after paragraph 1 and 2, which have the title, Chronic Aquatic Life Criteria for Metals. We are doing a similar title, but I understand your concern that it's not starting off with a sentence. It's the bolded part, proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters is the topic.
Right, well, that's fine. Then you can start the sentence with Pajarito Plateau surface waters extend from. Just make it an entire sentence so that the bolded part is not part of the sentence.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brinkert, so beginning paragraph 4, proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters, colon. Pajarito Plateau surface waters include classified and unclassified waters extending from Guaje Canyon in the north to Rio de Frijoles in the south. Is that
Gorgeous.
Ms. Lehman, not to complicate things, but I think we've gone full circle. The term surface waters is already defined and includes everything. Adding classified and unclassified is redundant to the term surface water. It appears one or the other is sufficient, but having surface waters and adding classified and unclassified seems redundant. It's just surface.
This is Commissioner Fry. I think we lost video and I hope we haven't lost our, we have video again.
Commissioner, I second that.
Can you guys hear us from the platform?
Yes, and we
Okay.
can see you as well.
Okay, thank you. Whatever happened, it's resolved itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we come to an agreement?
Okay, so for purposes of clarity and for the record, I'll ask Ms. Lemon to reread the proposed language in full.
so in 20.6.4.900 I4, proper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters, colon, Pajarito Plateau surface waters extend from Guaje Canyon in the north to the Rio de Frijoles watershed in the south, from their headwaters to their confluence with the Rio Grande and all tributaries and streams thereto, period.
Commissioner Brinker?
I'm fine with that. I don't know whether you think you need anything that sets up the 2 criteria subparagraphs, but subsection paragraphs. Don't know where we are in
For the benefit of folks in the video wilderness, the parties are discussing the language a little bit further.
We're taking one more moment just to make sure. Okay, one more slight clarification. We want to add in or want to propose adding in another instance of copper criteria in the body of that section, just to be clear that it's also copper criteria. Okay, one more time. Ms. Lemon, will you please read the proposed language?
So paragraph 4, copper criteria for Pajarito Plateau surface waters. Pajarito Plateau surface waters extend from Guaje Canyon in the north to Rio de Frijoles watershed in the south, from their headwaters to their confluence with the Rio Grande and all tributaries and streams thereto. The equations used to calculate copper criteria for the purposes of this section use dissolved organic carbon in units of milligrams carbon per liter, and hardness is expressed in units of milligrams per liter as calcium carbonate, CaCO3. Period.
Commissioner Brinkert, any questions about that?
Well, I tend to get confused because we have sort of two levels of criteria here. There's the aquatic life criteria, and then there's the copper criteria. Okay, so they are somehow linked. I don't know if you need to be explicit about that. I think your changes to the I initially clarified that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brinkert, my understanding is that because paragraph 4 is in section I, it relates to aquatic life criteria. This is specific to one pollutant for the whole suite of aquatic life criteria that exist. So because it's a subparagraph of section I, it is acute and chronic aquatic life criteria that we are talking about.
I'll go with that. I prefer to be redundant, but.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Vehil?
I have questions.
All right. Did any of that discussion cause other commissioners to have questions? On the platform, Commissioner Fry.
I think what was discussed is awesome. I did have a question about what I was suggesting for the, let me see here. Thank you, by the way, for consideration of my suggestion for definition. If that would be reviewed down the road, that's fine with me. The publication references for the 1995 water quality criteria and 2007 EPA copper revision. It seems to me those should be in 20.6.4.901, but I'm happy to hear whether or not that's appropriate from Ms. Lemon.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, I believe that we can add those references to the references section. I think that would be something that the commission would have to request because it was not in the petition, but it doesn't have any substantive effect on the water quality standards. It's just publication references intended as guidance and available for public review. So I believe the department does not have any objection to adding it to the reference section in 901.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Harms.
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Ms. Scott, any follow-up?
No follow-up.
All right.
I think this concludes our further testimony
Okay.
case.
Thank you. Let me ask if the petitioners have anything to add while the record has been reopened.
No.
All right, Mr. Maxwell, anything to add while the record has been reopened?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We will close the evidentiary record then, once again, and Chair Thompson, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Glad we got that one resolved. Okay. Are we ready to entertain a motion to act on this petition? Or is there further discussion? Commissioner.
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. Are we going to bifurcate this vote? So we discussed the, was it 29.7 separate from the remainder of what I understand to be the likely proposals?
I would like that, yes. So I think I can make motions, can't I? Commissioner, did you have something to add to that?
No, Mr. Chair, I was trying to think about how to phrase this, and if you've got something ready to go, I'm happy to entertain.
Yeah, my motion will be that in section I, subparagraph 4, the sentence that reads, for purposes of this section, dissolved organic carbon, parentheses DOC, close parentheses, is in units of milligrams per liter, again, parenthesis mg space C/L, colon, and hardness is expressed in units of milligrams per liter as calcium carbonate, CaCO3. In waters that contain DOC concentrations greater than 30 milligrams per liter, the value of 30 milligrams per liter shall be used in the equation. So the change would be 30 milligrams per liter instead of 29.7. So that's my motion.
Mr. Chairman, I second your motion for the purpose of a vote.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Commissioner?
Just to reiterate my points and place it on the record is, I believe the petitioning party, with their extensive demonstration report that they submitted, that the 29.7 depicts the finite accuracy of the data collection, and that rounding up to 30 adds no real value to it. And I believe it's a subjective revision. And as such, I probably could not support the entire petition.
Just as a counterpoint and food for thought, part of the basis for forming commissions like this is the expertise of a usually broad, sometimes not variety of members. I don't, and I'm not speaking as an attorney here, just for clarification and ethical purposes as a commissioner. I think that with the scientific knowledge of the commission, I think that a change shouldn't, as proposed by the chair, shouldn't pose a problem should there be a challenge of some kind, because it's been backed by basically technical thoughts and opinions. So I think there's two sides to this point that need to be considered before a vote's cast.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'll give my perspective, and it's not going to be as technical as this conversation has turned out to be. Both expert witnesses and testimony said that the ultimate goal is to get this through the EPA, and that the EPA will likely better receive the 29.7 than something that we changed in a rounding. And so if the goal is to get this through EPA, I would vote in favor of keeping the 29.7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other comments?
Chair Thomas?
You ready to vote? Yes, ma'am.
I would go back to my freshman chemistry class, in which the importance of rounding is in the final number. I think also that the expertise lies with the people who have written this equation and come up with these numbers. So I would, I think we should go with their round or lack of rounding, if you will. Thank you.
Okay, further. Are we ready to vote? Ms. Jones?
For Chair Thompson's motion, Commissioner Brankert, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Dominguez?
No.
Commissioner Fry?
No.
Commissioner Harms?
No.
Commissioner Moander?
No.
Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
No.
Commissioner Vehil?
No.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
No.
Chair Thompson, the motion fails.
Okay. So with that out of the way, the second motion that I think we need is whether or not to accept this petition. It would be as the amended language that was presented to us a few minutes ago by NMAC staff. Commissioner Dominguez, would you like to make the motion as your last motion?
May I make a comment before he does that, which I hope he says yes?
Sure.
So Ms. Lemon stated that she doesn't think would be a problem to add the references in, let me get the numbers again. Oh, it's way down here. In the publication references, which is 20.6.4.901. That I believe would not go in the motion. That would go in the chair's letter to the NMAD. Is that correct?
I'm looking to council. I think if we are adding language to a rule, that would have to be in the motion. So that would be.
I can't hear. Sorry.
Oh, she's.
The commission, Chair Fry, or Commissioner Fry, the commission counsel, Ms. Guy, confirmed that in fact it would be wise to add the language to the motion that those two publications should be included among the references.
Okay. And then I just had another thought of, since there has not really been a discussion about this, I'm the only commissioner talking about it. The other commissioners have not talked about this. Would it be a good idea to have a separate motion for that?
Let me just do a vibe check here. Would anyone like to register an objection at this time? I think we can save a few minutes. It seems good, Commissioner Fry.
Ma'am, I think it should be a separate issue. Personally, I think adding reference to a particular standard is a slippery slope because we've got something like 120 criteria. And if we had to have a reference to every one, it would be a very, very long appendix. And it would change frequently. So I would prefer that we have that as a separate motion. Commissioner Fry, would you like to make a motion to include reference in the appendix to the source of the source of the data?
We know that I'm not great at that, but I can try it. I will, if I may, I would point out that within the references, there is a reference I, Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Forum, which would be specific to salinity, whereas we're speaking of something specific to copper. So that would be my comment. But if you are ready, I can try to do a motion.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Okay. So I move to add to 20.6.4.901 the publication references, the two exhibits I believe that were given in both parties' exhibits. The first is the 1995 water quality criteria update and the 2007 EPA copper revision.
I'm looking for a second.
I'll second it.
Discussion. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, because I'm looking at section 901. The references listed there are very specific to a particular page number of an individual document. I don't think, and I'm looking quickly here, we have no references of other documents of entire documents. And I think this is kind of follows the chair's comment that if we start trying to include entire documents, our reference section is going to go off the charts, because each one of these references a document, but then a specific page number.
If I may, those are not page number references. I believe those would be total pages in that document, knowing from experience that standard methods run along the order of thousands or over 1,000 pages.
So for the benefit of the folks in the audience, the question from general counsel is, are we cutting and pasting a list or just adopting references by referring people to the specific references? Commissioner Fry?
Yes, Chair Thompson. I'm sorry, do you have a question for me?
You want me to try it?
Yes.
Commissioner Fry, my memory is that you mentioned 2 exhibits that were in the record, the titles of which would be included among the references. Do I remember that correctly?
Yes, there would be citations for each of those references in that reference list.
And I don't remember which exhibits they were, 8 and 9.
They are exhibit 5 and 6 in this is the NMAD. This is the in the NMAD with exhibit list. It's numbers 5 and 6.
So just the titles of those 2 exhibits would be included among the references. I think that was your question. Correct.
Yes.
One concern I have is I believe that reference 6 is the 2007 revision, which refers to the BLM, the biotic ligand model. It doesn't refer to the MLR analysis, which simplifies it to the 3-parameter model that's proposed. So the reference doesn't reference those 2 equations. Those 2 equations, as I understand it, were generated by Benchmark. Sorry. Windward. Thank you. So if we wanted to make a proper reference, we should reference Windward, which was, I don't recall the number. And the problem there would be that reference is not widely publicly available. It's not a refereed publication, and it's not widely available.
I believe standard methods would not be either.
Oh, absolutely.
At least not the editions 18 through 20. 23 you could probably still purchase on Amazon. The other 2, not so much. And I'll point out, in the paragraph at the beginning of public references, it says these are, copies of these documents have been filed with New Mexico state records to provide greater access. So the code is already considering that these people may not have easy access to these, and so they can be provided for public review.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could offer up something to keep the wheels moving forward, is potentially this could be something the Environment Department could explore. And if there's merit to it, then at the triennial review, it could be brought back before the commission. I don't think anything will get lost in the shuffle between now and 2006. 26.
Yeah, I think I was coming to that conclusion too. This sound, with the amount of discussion, it does sound like something along the lines of the definitions that needs some deeper discussion.
Commissioner Brancard.
Mr. Chair, once again, Commissioner Dominguez has come up with the real solution to the issue. And this is why we're going to miss him. And so I would support his proposal to refer this to the Environment Department for possible inclusion in the next triennial review.
Okay.
So would it be within the realm of possibilities that they would withdraw the motion?
You made the motion. I believe it's within your purview to withdraw the motion.
I withdraw the motion.
And does the person who seconded also need to? Okay.
I do withdraw, concur with the withdrawal.
Thank you.
Second. I withdraw my second.
All right. So where do we stand? Is anyone prepared to make a motion to take action on this petition? Again, I think I would prefer if it was made by Commissioner Dominguez, but Commissioner Brancard, you.
I will try to channel Commissioner Dominguez here in my wording. So I move that the commission in the matter of WQCC 24-31 approve the proposal to amend section 20.6.4.900 as proposed by Triad National Security et al. And as amended by the New Mexico Environment Department in recent moments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez, would you like to second it?
Mr. Chair, if it would appease you, I will second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Are we ready to vote? Ms. Jones, would you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Brancard, your vote?
Yes.
And Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fry?
Yes.
Commissioner Harms?
Yes.
Commissioner Moander?
Yes.
Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Vehil?
Yes.
Vice Chair Zemlik?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, good. Again, I would like to thank everyone who participated in this, especially the witnesses and counsel. It's been enlightening.
Mr. Chair, to add to that, I'd like to point out two things. That since 2007, EPA has been requesting that Environment Department and the Commission move forward with adopting those guidelines. So it's only taken us 18 years to actually do that. The other point that became obvious to me, at least during the time that I have served on this commission, I cannot think of another time that Lannel and the Environment Department were on the same side of the fence on an issue. So these are two monumental steps that have been taken today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's nice to have your wisdom and experience. Okay, let's move on. We've got agenda item number 8. It's the next meeting of the commission. Secretary Kenny sent me a note last week. He would very much like the commission to take action on the water reuse rule. Recall, that was the subject of 11 days of hearings last summer. He would like us to take action. I should have finished the sentence. He would like us to take action before the legislative session is finished. So that would mean a meeting either in February or March. If we have, normally our meetings are on the second Tuesday. If we had the meeting in March, that would be, and I didn't check the date, it would be just a few days, a week or two before the end of the session. So it seems doubtful to me that the legislature could take any action subsequent to our decision on the water reuse rule. So from a practical perspective, it seems to me that the if we are going to take action on the proposed amendments, well, and I guess it's a new rule, 20.6.8, I believe, it would have to probably occur in February. Now, there's a couple constraints, 3 constraints. A practical constraint is where could we meet? We almost certainly could not meet in the roundhouse. So we'd have to find a location. But the other thing is we do not yet have a report from the hearing officer. She's, the last documents were submitted in mid-December. So she's got a lot of work ahead of her. And so one of the constraints would be whether she will be able to complete hearing officer report before we meet. And then the third constraint is many of the commissioners are involved in the legislative session. And so with that, I'd like to open it up to discussion of whether we think it would be feasible to meet in order to take action on the water reuse rule. So let me first ask the hearing officer, Ms. Orth, if it would be possible to have a final report by that.
Sorry, looking at my comically large paper calendar. I have another hearing this week on Friday, but then the next 2 weeks are actually reasonably open, and I would take that time to complete the report. I would still encourage so that I could get it to Pam by January 31st. That's a Friday. I would still encourage the commissioners to, at least peruse the post-hearing submittals before then, if you have time. They're very well put together, very well written. I've spent some time with them already. And then I will have a report to you. Again, it won't include a recommendation, but it will, if I do it right, help you walk through deliberations in a sensible way. That's my goal. Just set you up to a diagram of footpath that way.
Okay, so it seems that we can expect a hearing officer's report perhaps as recently as the end of the month. The second constraint would be whether we will be able to have enough commissioners present to constitute quorum. I don't know. I know Ms. Zemlich said that she's got some commitments, although has some flexibility. I understand that the other Katie, who, let me introduce, this is a good opportunity. Katie Laney will be replacing Larry, and she's also with Department of Agriculture, and we'll get a formal introduction to her at some point. But I understand from talking to Commissioner Dominguez that she has got quite a bit of responsibilities with the legislative session. I don't know if any of the other commissioners do or not.
I do as well. I will be during the legislative session. I will be here full 60 days.
And Commissioner Velasquez?
Mr. Chair, I will be active with the legislative session as needed with agency bills as well as budget bills, but that's not to say that I can't make a meeting if we have one.
My concern is if we have 5 or 6 commissioners and then we try and schedule a hearing, at least some of them are going to have conflicts.
And Mr. Chair, I have a week-long administrative hearing starting February 24th through the 28th. That being said, I will likely not be, in my opinion, competent to vote on that, given what I know has gone on with it. But I don't want to make myself an issue for that.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah, for what it's worth, since once you adjourn this meeting, it's not my problem. But this commission has always stayed away from meeting during the legislative session. One of the specific reasons is for there not to be the potential of any undue political influence inflicted upon the commissioners. I'm not saying that's going to occur, but this particular topic is a hot topic with many people within this building. And as you have alluded to, we've had a lot of changes of commissioners.
Yes.
Which requires those commissioners that are new to become well briefed on the administrative record. There's 11 days of transcripts that have to be read. The docket is twice as long as I am tall. And you couple that with people's obligations with legislature, you potentially could run into a situation where you'll have commissioners that have no choice but to abstain or recuse themselves, and you may struggle having a quorum to actually take a vote. So I just wanted to offer up that perspective that I think it's a huge challenge. It'd be a huge challenge for you. And I would even say, even if I was still going to be on the commission with the legislature going on, I would probably have a really tough time myself. Carving out the time periods that would be necessary. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I would like to add, if we were shooting for the week of February 10th, that's only a week after we would get the report back from the hearing officer, and knowing how involved that whole hearing was, I would like more time than 1 week to think about her recommendations compared to the record from the attorneys.
Commissioner Fry, just a clarification. I don't make recommendations. What I do is compile the last best final offer from every party and hopefully help you think about the order in which you should be making decisions during your deliberations. That's all I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so I was just doing a little tally. Following up with Commissioner Dominguez's point is we will have 4 commissioners. We'll have 4 commissioners who have not sat through the hearing. Commissioner Harms, Commissioner Laney, Commissioner Moander, and a new commissioner from the Department of Health. We've got the commission has 14 positions. So to have a quorum, we need to have 8, I guess. We need to have 8. 8 would be the quorum. And so if 4 new commissioners who would have every justification to abstain because of the length of the record, just 2 conflicts would place the quorum in jeopardy.
And Mr. Chair, keep in mind that you have some commissioners that have already indicated that they would recuse.
That's true. Thank you very much. That Commissioner McWilliams is reluctant to, or has stated she was. So that's 5.
Well, Mr. Chair, just for the record, I recused myself from the original hearing due to a personal conflict. And so my designee would have to get back into the mix as well.
And that was Rosatos?
Randy Blayless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it sounds to me like it would be very unlikely that we could have a quorum. Other opinions? All right. I'm seeing heads nodding in agreement. So I think what we'll do is we'll have our regular meeting in April, which is, my calendar went away. April 8th. So that will be our next regular scheduled meeting, April 8th. Okay. Thank you. It's been a long day. The last item is motion to adjourn.
May I ask a quick question of the hearing officer?
Yes.
So knowing that we're scheduling for April now, what would be the timeline for receiving your report?
Tell you what, let me get through the next 2 weeks and do my best to finish it up within that time. But knowing that you're not going to deliberate till April would give me a little more time if I needed it. But I can certainly send an email to Pam to let her know where I am.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, could I just mention one thing?
Please do.
So in connection with the April 8th meeting, we currently have a hearing on the City of Santa Fe compliance order. And I believe they're trying to settle that. That's my understanding. But if it does not settle, that hearing has been set in connection with that meeting. And then in connection with the May meeting, that's May 13th, we have WQCC 2465, which is a hearing pretty similar to the one we went through today relating to the Upper Sandia. So just wanted to put that on your radar.
65. Okay. All right. Again, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.